Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you've all had a good weekend. Today I actually have to use like I have three key lights, but well, for the past not even sure how many streams, I was just using two of them. Today I'm using the third one because it is extra gloomy today. So now there's actually light over here as well because the sun is not just yeah, it's taking a day off. So anyhow, hope you're all doing well. The level ump is also still starting up, even though I started it earlier than usual. So yeah, it's just one of those days. I was also feeling a bit cold, hence the floof. But yeah, the floof is doing its job. So happy to report that I'm no longer feeling as cold. Anyhow, hope you're all doing well. Today I'll be starting Tex Murphy Mean Streets. I have not played any games in the Tex Murphy franchise, so I don't really know what to expect. I know it's a DOS game. And yeah, other than that, like, is it like a detective game? I don't know. Is it a shooty game? I don't know. I'll just be finding that out today because I've installed the game, I've set it up so that I can capture it. But other than that, I legitimately don't have a clue. So I'll be finding out soon enough. But yeah, right now, yeah, I just don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's a point and click game. In the game options, it said something about combat, I think. So there might be combat, I guess. We'll see. But like for all I know, it could be like a Quest for Glory type combat where it's still kind of a point and click game, but not really. So we'll see. Or like in some of the Star Trek games where you have ship combat between something that is completely just a point and click game. So I really just don't know. Yeah, we'll find out today. I don't know if it's a franchise outside of these games, but yeah, I'm just not familiar. So that's going. Also, there's apparently a discount on bundles of 5 gift subs, so 5 and more. I think it's been going for a couple of days now. I'm such a professional streamer because I completely forgot about that. So yeah, not doing any sort of event for it, but I think technically it's currently active. Yeah, it's a thing. I didn't schedule that. That's just Twitch doing that. But supposedly now I'd be able to also schedule some of those discounts myself. Technically, maybe. I don't know. Haven't really looked into it that much, but I heard about it, so yeah. Yeah, 35%. And supposedly streamers now have the option to like schedule like specific time slots of doing a 35% discount. Or like getting like a certain number of days per year. I don't know the exact specifics, but something like that. We'll see. I really haven't looked into it that much, but I think it was in the TwitchCon blog about what they announced. Or maybe it was in a blog post before that one. But regardless, that's apparently going. The last couple of times that they did a discount like this, it was from Thursday after I stopped streaming till like either Monday night or Tuesday morning. Either way, it was right outside of my stream times. So, yeah. It was perfect. Technically, we could do a sub goal to get Reginald a new hat. I'd probably make the hat myself, but yeah, could do that. Just to force me into crafting him a hat. I could probably even crochet him a hat now that I think of it. So there's options. But yeah, we'll see. I've also got my 8-year streaming anniversary coming up in August. So that's a thing. So still need to figure out what to do for that, because I don't have a clue. I have not planned anything for it yet. So, yeah. But yes, it is going to be 8 years, because I started in 2017. Uh-huh. I am a Twitch fossil. So, yeah. There are barely any people around to even follow, like, within the first few years of me streaming. So, yeah, no worries about that. I think I only started playing retro games, I think it was February 2019. So before then, I was just playing pretty much the same games I would also play off stream. But, well, as most of you are probably aware, if you're just playing whatever you want, and you're not already a big established streamer, you're not going to get the biggest audience, and I didn't. So, yeah. But eventually, I ended up taking game suggestions and ended up becoming a retro streamer, and here we are. So, for those of you who didn't follow back then, yeah, not very surprising. Very few people did. So, no need to feel bad, and the few people who did follow back then no longer watch either. So, it's been 8 years, almost. So, life goes on, and my channel has changed quite a bit since then. So, yes. Nintendo 64, maybe at some point? I don't know. I feel like right now, since I, well, have now played my first PlayStation 1 game on stream, I'll probably do more PlayStation 1 games at some point. I do have a couple of PlayStation 1 discs. I'll have to look into which ones exactly. But, yeah, if I can figure out which one would actually be interesting to me. Because I think I have the, what's it called? The weird glitchy skating game. Is it called something like Tony Hawk? Or I don't know. Either way, I think I have a copy of that, because it came with the PlayStation. I don't think I want to play that. Because I think I used it to test out the PlayStation. PlayStation did work. It was also to test out the controller, because Resident Evil, well, it's very limited which buttons it uses, since it doesn't even use the joystick thingies. But, yeah. Regardless, that skating game, I think I've seen a YouTube video about just how janky that specific one is. I vaguely remember that. But yeah, regardless, I think I have that one. And a couple other just random games that came with the PlayStation. So I'll have to look into that. But I could also potentially buy other games. We'll see. But for now, console-wise, well, I'd be focusing on PlayStation 1. And if anything, one console at a time. So once I feel like I have an idea of like what PlayStation 1 games tend to be like in terms of like the start and the end of the PlayStation 1 era and so on, like maybe then I'd switch to the next console. But yeah, for me, there's just so many consoles and they all kind of blend together, the ones that I haven't used. Because to me, they're just names and numbers. So, like, the Xbox 360, I've heard that, like, name plenty of times. Have I used one? Nope. So, to me, it's just a name. But yes, we'll see. Maybe in the future. Yeah. It's from 2005. Yeah, as I said, I don't know. I've heard the name plenty of times, but for me, it really is just a name. Like, I know that Xbox is owned by Microsoft. And can I name one game that's on there? Nope. So, yeah, that's my level of knowledge for a lot of consoles. I know the name of the console. I might know the company that released the console. And that's it. They rushed that one out. Okay, if you say so. I wouldn't be able to tell either way because, yeah, I've not used that many consoles. So, yeah. Like, I've used the PS1 now. I've used a PS2 and a PS3. Then, like, I spent a tiny bit of time using a PS5 and I think a Nintendo Wii at some point. But, yeah, not enough to really know much about the console at all. So, like, have I touched the controller? Yes. Has the console been on while I was in the same room as the console? Yes. Would I say I know much about the console? No. I probably didn't even press the power button on the console. So, yes. But regardless, maybe one day I'll learn more about the different consoles. But right now, they're all just a big mystery to me. Similar to Tex Murphy Main Streets. Because, yeah, I've only just installed the game. And that's pretty much it. Like, I started it up to make sure that it would capture. And I haven't gone anywhere other than the like game intro menu screen. So, yes. Let's start up the game and we'll try and figure out what this game is about. Because I don't know. There. So, I want to play the game. And I want to play, I guess, the top option because it has the highest number of colors. So, let's go for colors. Fancy clouds. Okay, I see two people. So there's probably going to be people in this game. Okay. Not entirely sure who those people are. Like, maybe I'll recognize them if I see more than just one picture of them. But we'll see. I don't know if this game is before mouse controls. So for now, I'll leave the game to capture the mouse, but it does not respond. So I think it's just going to be keyboard controls. So, yeah. I'll try not to have the mouse on screen too much if I don't need it. And otherwise, I'll just turn off mouse capture, because, yeah, I don't know. It's from '89. Don't know if they expected people to have a mouse or not. Okay, that's quite the car. Probably no voice acting. At least I don't expect there to be any. That sure was a sound. The case. Your name is Tex Murphy, a private investigator in San Francisco. The year is 2033, so actually not that long from now. That's less than 10 years in the future from now. And you've just been hired by a beautiful young lady named Sylvia to investigate the death of her father, Dr. Carl Linsky. And Linsky was a prominent professor at the University of San Francisco and had been working on a secret project. Sylvia had asked him about his work several times, but he wouldn't talk about it. Then, a few days ago, he jumped or was pushed from the Golden Gate Bridge. The police are sure it was a routine suicide, but Sylvia thinks it was murder. Your job, wrong form of your, is to solve the case. Good thing they managed to do all the proofreading. Because that would be you are Job. Apparently my nickname is Job now. But yes. Seems it's gonna be quite the case. You've been given $10,000 in cash by your client, and you have 5 leads. Please refer to the Getting Started section of the manual for a list of your leads and some important suggestions. Oh boy. So, I'll need to look up the manual, because I'm not sure if the Steam version, which is the one that I have for some reason, not sure if the Steam version actually came with the manual. I'll see. Getting Started section of the manual for a list of your leads and some important suggestions. Be sure to write things down. Be careful to spell correctly. Said the game who just had a typo on the previous page. When questioning suspects, use people's full names. Alright. I'll see if I have the manual for the game. Looks like I do have it. That's neat. Okay. So, can I find the Getting Started section? Table of contents, loading the game, installing the game, running the game, playing the game. There. Getting around from place to place. Getting started. Found it. Page 16. So, the information you have to begin the case. Carl Linsky is the professor that jumped to his death. Flash got pushed to his death. He worked at the University of San Francisco. Sylvia is his daughter, and she hired me. John Richards is the medical examiner. Dolores Lightbody was Carl's fiance. And Steve Clements is the police detective in charge of the case. All right. So, I'll just make sure to take a picture of that so I can easily refer back to it without having to reopen the manual. So, well, we'll see if we'll need 10,000 in cash. I feel like hiring a taxi to drive around and question people shouldn't be quite that expensive. But, yeah. Yeah. Like, by now, 10,000, like, how much of the investigation would that cover? Like, obviously, he'll need to have a salary of sorts, because he'll probably need to pay, like, his general living expenses. But I don't know if this is just, like, to help with the investigation itself. If there's going to be more money at the end of it? I don't know. So, don't know. But, like, 10,000 should cover a fair number of cab trips, at least. So that's something. Yes. I'll need to use people's full names and not have any typos. Help is available by pressing H. Help? Hope that pauses stuff, because I think there's gonna be driving minigame type thing. And I don't like it. So, forward or reverse is plus and minus. Taking a picture of that help screen, because I'll probably need to refer back to as well. Turn left or right is cursor keys, left and right. Pitch up and down, or cursor keys. All stop is space. External views, F5, F6, F7, F8, and F9. Hover up or down. I guess the car can hover. Like, this game is set 8 years from now. Hover cars. I think we're running a bit late on that. Toggle warp. I think we're also running a bit late on that technology. Phone Vanessa is V. Phone Lee is L. Navigation computer, I guess, is N. I mean, yeah, that sounds like something that would still exist in 8 years. Inventory is I. Load or save is D. A very random piece about that on. About the game is escape. Help is H. Engine sound on or off is S. Bank control. What? But it's B. And auto pitch and autopilot toggle. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's D for disk. I don't know. H to close it? Okay. Right, incoming fax. They didn't quite nail that prediction. Fax transmission from Vanessa to Tex Murphy. For like 2 minutes past midnight? On the 25th of September, 2033. Here's that article on Linsky's death. I'll make sure to take a picture of that as well, so I don't have to write it all down. Anyway. Yeah, I get that emails weren't that big of a thing, but they really expected fax to still be a big thing. Like, how many years would that have been in the future? 44 years? No. No, not 44. My math is off. Oh, no. It would be 44, right? Yes, it would be. Anyway. Regardless. I got that wrong. I'm not sure how many people still have a fax machine now. Yeah, 44 years between 89 and, well, the year 33. As in, the year 1989 and 2033. Yes, it wasn't 44 years ago, but, like, it was 44 years in the future that this is set. So, yes. Anyway. Yeah, why would anyone use email if they have fax machines? But, yeah. The article. Noted professor found dead. Prominent University of San Francisco professor Carl Linsky was found dead early Sunday in what police are calling a suicide. West Precinct Detective Steve Clements said a witness saw Linsky jump from the bridge at about 11:20 last night, so I guess PM. A suicide note was found at his home, addressed to his daughter, Sylvia. Okay, so if it was a murder, they at least had access to his home. So, that complicates things. Anything else? Space for more? No. It's not a very long article. Linsky's fiancée, Dolores Lightbody, indicated the professor had been under a great deal of stress and had taken a leave of absence from his teaching duties at the university. Funeral services will be at 10 a.m. or p.m., nobody knows, on Wednesday. It's pretty silly for them to not specify, because earlier they said 11 at night, and now it's just 10. Just pick if you show up at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. You'll probably pick the right one. Anyway, I'll be held at 10. Wait, wasn't it the 25th? At the start. Like, pretty sure I took a picture of the start of the fax. Yeah, that was sent on the 25th. So, this is gonna be, like, after the funeral that I get this fax. So the funeral has already happened, so... yeah. It seems like... at least I won't be able to examine the body at all, because... he's presumably buried. Anyway. Well, the thing is, it's in the same article. So, at the start of the article, it said 11 at night. So, and here it's just saying 10. So, their formatting is very confusing. So. So... the outside world looks very red. I don't know if that's a good thing. Also, the thing on the bottom left kind of looks like the... I don't know what the display is called, but it's in planes. So, I guess this car is more of a plane. So, let's look at the controls again. So, forward or reverse is plus and minus. Gyro, sure. If that's what it's called. So, to go forward, I press plus. And then left, right is the arrow keys. And then up and down is home and end. Okay. Let's try. I think the car is moving. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Stop, stop, stop. Nope. I think I crashed. What happened? I crashed through the bridge? Huh? What? What does that even mean? Can I go back? I think I'm driving towards it now. Can I drive onto the bridge? I don't know. No. Okay. I need to hover. Okay. So bridges now no longer work with the idea of like the car touching the road and then driving up the ramp. You just hover over the bridge instead. That's pretty weird. So I guess I just hover high enough to see over the bridge and then I just fly over it. I think I crashed into it again. Yep, I did. Okay. There. That should be high enough to not crash into the bridge. Going a bit fast. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not a pilot. Oh boy. This is gonna be quite something. I think I'm trying to land. Can I slow down? There. Back on the ground. Totally works. Oh no. Keep tilting the world. That's what I get for wanting to go around the corner. I just tilt reality. Okay then. So... Where do I want to go? Like it said something about locations. There, I think that pauses it. Okay, so the newspaper, or not the newspaper, the manual, which told me about the different people I should talk to. So it says Carl Linsky. The university he worked at, that would be now code 4663. How would I enter that? Like, do I just type in numbers? No, that does not work. So apparently the numpad also just controls the plane. Of course it does. Okay. So does that mean the number in the top left corner is the one that needs to be 4663? Yeah, the arrows do control something. This is what the arrows do, so that's up and down. This is up, this is down. And left and right. So, they do stuff. Definitely. So, does it say anything about... navigation's N, okay. So... N? So... bearing to destination 165... or 165. I'm not really sure what that number means. And distance to destination is 6.3. And that's an H? An N? I think it's an H. Is... oh, it's degrees. Oh. Okay. So, it tells me the X and Z coordinates. I guess not Y, because that would be height. But I feel like height would also be relevant, considering it's a plane. Like, if it's gonna be the 60th floor of a skyscraper that someone's apartment is in, gonna take a while to figure out what floor it is if it doesn't tell me the height. Anyhow. N to enter nav code. Then the pointy brackets for zoom. Well, it's been a while since I've done coordinate systems of 3 axes. Would Z be height or would Y be height? I mean, technically you could probably just rotate it. but I don't know which one is more common. I know X and Y are the 2D coordinates. It's just the when you add the third one, like I'm not sure if Y ends up being height or Z ends up being height. I know it's not X that ends up being height, but yeah, it's been a while. Anyhow, let's enter the code. And nav code, can I use the numpad? No, I cannot. 1663 for the university. Enter. Destination locked. So, how do I know which way I'm supposed to go? Wait. That yellow thingy. Is that an indicator of where I'm supposed to be going? Maybe. There? And now I speed up. Will I be going the right way? I don't know. Maybe I should speed up some more. Whee! Wait, so how do I manage to not go up or down? There. Now, altitude doesn't seem to be changing. Okay. Wait, we're going somewhere. Well, I thought I entered it. Like, I think stuff changed. Like, I pressed enter after entering the number, so I'll just keep trying to go to the university. I feel like I'm going somewhere. Like, there's also the indicator thingy above the glove compartment. I don't know what that is. So, I don't know what any of this stuff is. I have opened the PDF of the manual. I have not read through the entire thing. But it seems like this is one of those games where it's gonna punish me for not reading it. So, we'll see. For now, I'll just try and figure out if I can manage to fly places. Let's speed up more. That shouldn't cause any issues, right? Just full speed. Just... There. Definitely going somewhere now. I haven't really done anything since I started the game, so... If I crash into a skyscraper, I'll just start the game over. Nope, there. Fine, let's turn around. Or not. Like... It does seem to be telling me the angle I'm flying at. So... Oh no. But tilting up and down doesn't change the second one. Wait, so is the 173, is that the angle I'm supposed to be flying at? Let's see. Yes, seems like it. Okay, so that's actually telling me where I'm supposed to go. And I was doing it wrong. Apparently I was flying away from my destination. I wouldn't have to pay for fuel. Whee. Pretty sure I don't qualify for becoming a pilot, so just in case any of you are worried. I think my eyesight is too bad for that. Like, quite a bit. There we go. There's something flashing in the distance. Is that a quest marker? I don't know. That's probably a good sign, right? Is it counting down? I think it is, true. Yeah, we only crashed into the bridge like 4 times, maybe 5. So, not too bad. The city is really empty though. So, I feel like someone should check on, I think the city was San Francisco? Make sure that it's still there, because apparently this game says in 8 years it won't be. There'll just be a couple of remaining buildings. And a bridge that didn't seem to really have a road or anything leading up to it. And no cars on it. So, got that weird flashy thing in the distance. Got a... I think that's a bridge, yeah? I think it's a river, not an ocean, but then again, I don't know enough about geography to know for sure. So. There. I should probably slow down. If I slow down too much, will I crash? Possibly. No, I think I'm moving backwards now. Well, good thing this car plane thing can do that. Trying to switch back to going forwards. Come on. You can do it. Forwards. I think I'm going forwards now. Can I manage to land and not crash? We'll see. Altitude is... well... going below 600 now. Okay. Slowly getting closer to the ground. Let's try not to crash this thing. Try and slow down a bit more. No. That was too much. Okay. That university building looks pretty strange. Yeah, technically there seems to be an autopilot, but I haven't tried it, so. But now there's just chaos. Because, well, I'm a great pilot. Okay. Am I even still moving? Oop. Found the ground. Or did the ground find me? So... am I still moving? I don't think so. I think now I'm moving. Big flashy building? That has to be it, right? But we'll see. Is that giant evil looking tower in the distance? So, I'll try not to aim for the building itself, but for the flashy parking lot next to it. Let's try not to crash into the building. I'm still a bit worried about crashing into the building. How close is that building? Am I crashing into the building? Maybe, maybe not. The tower in the distance seems to be having a dance party. That's okay. So, stop? No, that's going back. Landing pad contact. To exit speeder, press E. Fine, let's go a bit further onto the landing pad. There. E. Ha! Like I was meant to be a pilot. Anyway. I'll get there. Managed not to crash, other than the times that I crashed into the bridge when I didn't know that the car was more of a plane. So, yeah. University of San Francisco. The instructor's offices at the University of San Francisco are small cubicles attached to the main classroom areas. Walk down the corridor, find the door with Professor Linsky's name on it. Try the door, but it's locked. Not very surprising, considering that his funeral happened the day before. And it may or may not be around midnight at the moment, considering when the fax was sent. So, you'd think his office would be locked. Anyway. I pull out my private detective all-purpose door opening kit and quickly pop it open. So he's trespassing. Because I'm pretty sure a private detective isn't allowed to just randomly use some lockpicks to get into an office at a university. Anyway, I scan the office, but it looks like no one has been here for quite some time. There are miscellaneous notes on the desk and textbooks in a bookcase on the wall. I examine the notes, but they don't strike me as important to the case. An additional 5 to 10 minutes of searching. Did I take a picture of this? I just want to make sure I can go back to it if I need to. Oh, we're taking a lot of pictures here. Yes, I have taken a picture of that. So an additional 5 to 10 minutes of searching produces nothing else to see or do at this location. Well, or fine. It produces nothing I can use, and there's nothing else to see or do. Fine. I came here for, I guess, sightseeing purposes. Let's try and save. Save? Yes. So I can't even know, like, I can't even tell by looking at them which ones I've saved over and which ones I haven't. What's up? Why the leading zeros if I only get 9 or no 10 save slots? That kind of implies that I can have over 100 saves, but I can't. Okay then. So, let's see. Where are the other locations? I guess I'll actually start taking notes for those. So, I'll just have to find a spot between all my Ultima notes, which is getting more difficult. I'll need a new notepad soon. There. That's gonna be my Tex Murphy notes. So, let's see. Which people was I supposed to talk to? So, we have, well, I guess I'll just write down the locations. So, University of San Francisco. Is nav code 4663. Then Sylvia Linsky's apartment. So many I's and Y's in that name. So it's Sylvia. So the first one is a Y, second one is an I, and then Linsky, first one is an I, second one is a Y. I'll be spelling that name wrong all the time. And yeah, it's her apartment. Or home, whatever. So that's 4, 4, 2, 1. Okay, and then medical examiner's office. Is at 4670. Then we've got, yeah, I'll just call them homes instead of apartments, because, I mean, maybe they're super rich. Yeah, we've got Dolores Lightbody's home as well. Which is at 4920. And then police station is at 4680. Okay. And other than that, the manual says, go visit these people or places and ask questions about names you've found. Be sure to use people's full names. In addition to questioning them about other people, you should ask them about the following. So we've got MTC Corp. Gideon Enterprises. Overlord. Passcard. Password. Nexus. Law and Order. About the TV show. And I should ask them about insurance. Okay. So, I guess I'll also write down, like, the people's names and the things I should ask them. So. Well, I guess I'll take notes on people's names later. I don't even know how many of them I'll end up talking to, so could end up being a lot of people. Yeah, and then there's more stuff on, like, how to navigate. So, I feel like I don't need that information. I'm doing just fine. So, I think I already saved. So let's go to the daughter's home, I guess. Or I could go to the medical examiner's office or the police station, because those might actually be close by, if the numbers indicate that sort of thing. Because the university, which is where I'm at now is code 4663. And then the medical examiner's office is 4670. And police station 4680. So those could be close by. So could try the police station, then the medical examiner's office. I feel like that makes more sense. So I'll do it in that order. 4680. Okay. Now I try and figure out how to travel there. So we lift off with our lovely hovercraft. Then which way am I supposed to go? This way. Alright. That doesn't seem to be very far. So I'll try not to go too fast and not crash into anything. We'll see how that goes. I don't think it says my speed anywhere. Also don't know what the P and B counters are. Maybe it's peanuts and butter. So I have 1 peanut and 0 butter. Whee! Pretty sure I turned the wrong way. The other way would have been faster. Everything's fine. Okay. So I am getting closer to the location for now, but I'm not sure why I had to turn around. Maybe I misread the number earlier. I don't know. Or maybe the navigation system got confused. But I am moving closer to the target location now. So, I think that's good. Need to adjust a bit. Nope, nope. There. Okay. Ah, I see the flashing spot, so that's probably where I'm going. Okay. Altitude isn't quite as high as before, so ideally won't take quite as long to land. I guess we can start on landing. Or not. Ah, there. Now it's actually pointing down. Okay, we're on the ground. From here I can't really see the target, but I'll just have to trust the navigation system. Interesting buildings. That once again, why is San Francisco just empty other than like maybe 10 buildings total? It doesn't seem like a good thing. Okay, I'll speed up a tiny bit more. It's taking too long. Getting impatient. Let's try not to crash into the building though. Depth perception is very difficult with these graphics. So, that building is slowly coming up. Okay, past this one. That might be the medical examiner's office. And then hopefully this building right here is the police station. Either that or it's just a very large cereal box. Where's the parking lot? Or the landing pad? I don't currently see it. Is it on the other side of the building, maybe? Am I gonna crash into the building? Potentially. I'll try and go around it. Right. Did I end up moving away from it? The graphics are very confusing. Okay, so we are looking for the landing pad slash parking lot. Oh, no, wrong building. It's actually that building over there. Alright. Guess that's where I go. So few buildings around, but I still picked the wrong one. Okay. Getting closer to it. Hello. How are you doing today? Seems like they ran out of storage space for music after they did the intro song. Okay. Am I still moving closer to it? No, I'm not. I'm moving away. Very slowly, trying not to crash into the building. Okay. And I'll need to stop. Did I stop? I've stopped too early. There. No, I'm moving back. No. Moving away. Landing's more difficult than I thought. Oh no. I'm moving a bit too fast. I don't think it says my speed anywhere. Oh, and it's 43 minutes past midnight. Great time to go sightseeing. There we go. Exactly as planned. I enter the West Precinct station. Precinct station near the Bay Bridge. That's what I get for complaining about lack of music. Oh, and it stopped. Walking down a narrow corridor, I see a number of posters in support of the Law and Order political party. So, the party supporting the show. That must be, well, very exciting. I find the office of police detective Steve Clements, and I walk in. Okay. So, Clements greets me with his usual belligerency. What do you want, Seamus? Huh? That's my name? I thought the character's name was Tex Murphy. Is Tex short for Seamus somehow? Or Murphy? Anyway. What do you want? He snarls. He looks very professional. Oh, it's a word for a private investigator. Okay. Somehow he looks kind of shady. Maybe it's the slightly unbuttoned shirt. Maybe it's the hat. I don't know. But I think he did it. Just gotta put it out there right now. Anyway. So, what do you want? Tell me about... Of course. Right, so we are talking to... Steve Clements. So I guess I should take notes on him first, since he's the first person I'm talking to. So, about him. So, he's the police detective in charge of the case. Makes sense. And that's all the information I have about him. But based on the description of his behavior, it sounded like he already knows my character. So... they could have given me a bit more information about him, because he apparently knows me. I don't even know who my character really is. Anyhow, tell me about... I could ask about Carl Linsky. I could ask about... all the different things that the manual told me to ask about. I could ask about Sylvia, who is Carl's daughter. I could ask about Carl's fiance. So tell me about Carl Linsky. Okay. Why are you interested in him? Oh, I get it. His daughter wasn't happy with our investigation. She's knocking the hell out of cops over a simple suicide. Well, she's wasting your time and her money. We've got a witness named Bash Dago. Okay. So, he told me about a witness. I'll call it witness to death. Because we don't know what happened exactly. And name is Bash Dago, whoever, who saw him jump off the bridge. He even left a note. He hands me the copy of the note. Okay. The note reads, Sylvia, I'm too tired. Not sure if I'll be able to read the note that's in my inventory later on. I would hope so. Too tired and too sick of living. Please forgive me, Dad. Okay. That is very vague. So, we know that the person writing the note knows about Sylvia being his daughter. Not much information. Not even sure if it's going to be his handwriting or not. That's probably going to be relevant. How much more proof does that girl need? Oh, I can also bribe him. That's great. Or threaten. I'm sure that's gonna go great. Let's question him some more. So, about the witness. There. I'm afraid the nicest thing I can say about this person is he is the ultimate lowlife scumbag. You'll find him past the Mission District. Okay. So I'll write down the location. 4657. All right. What else do I want to ask about? I guess I could ask about the daughter. So Sylvia Linsky. I think I managed to spell it right. She's headstrong and thinks she knows everything, but she's a good-looking dame, that's for sure. I've heard she's a bit frisky, so watch yourself. Okay, so he is very unprofessional. Good to know. Like, I mean, she just lost her father, and the main thing he can say about her is, she's pretty, by the way. Gee, thanks. So about the fiance, Dolores? Light body. Right there. That should be your name. Never understood what Cole saw in her. If she were a building, she'd be condemned. What? What does that even mean? Okay. So he likes Sylvia, but he doesn't like Dolores. Because apparently Sylvia's pretty and I guess Dolores is not. Okay. Ask about insurance? It's on the list. Didn't know about an insurance policy on Linsky. Okay, so there might be like life insurance or something, I guess. Ask about law and order? A lot of police officers think the law and order party is just what the city needs. But that outfit scares me. Whatever that means. Nexus. Can't help. I think I spelled it right. Password. No. Passcard. No. Overlord. No. Gideon Enterprises. No. And MTC Corp. No. Okay. I guess that's that. Can I ask him about himself? I'm fine, but you didn't come here to talk about me. How does he know that? Alright. So, well, I didn't ask him about the medical examiner. I guess I could do that. Exit. Okay. Come on. Yes, yes. So, medical examiner's name is John Richards. So dull. You can't even entertain a doubt. Okay. So, that's very important information. Good thing I know that now. So, now that I know about all his personal opinions, Including how he thinks people are either criminals or dull or pretty or I'm not sure what his issue with Dolores was. He just doesn't like her. Regardless, really didn't tell me much about the case. Medical examiner's office, that was 4670. Let's go there. Okay. So, gonna have to turn this thing around. Yep, there. Okay. Let's go. Why would I use autopilot anyway? But I do hope this thing doesn't have limited fuel or limited durability from me crashing into that bridge several times. We'll see. So I'm trying to go past this building. Yeah, I'm clearly a master pilot. We're flying. So very masterful. Okay. Need to adjust the course a tiny bit. There. That should do it. I think we're going in the right direction. Yep. There. That should be right. Keep having to correct the course a tiny bit. Need a more precise measurement for which way the plane is pointing. Yeah, flying cars do seem like a mistake in that regard. I mean, imagine just the layers and layers of traffic jams. And what would stop people from, like, flying their cars just anywhere? They wouldn't be bound to roads anymore. Like, have fun when there's a car crashing into your, like, 10th floor apartment building. No, 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 no. We're going way too fast. Nope, now I'm going backwards. Oh no, I crashed into the building, kind of. Nope, 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 nope. Everything's fine. Okay, I think I stopped moving. So let's move closer to the building. Let's try not to crash into it this time. I am moving closer. But yes, clearly I'd be the kind of person to crash into the 10th floor of a building if I had a flying car. Because I just got distracted and didn't check what speed I was going at, and whoopsies. Okay, right, that's... move towards the landing area. And... no, I'm moving away from where I'm supposed to go again. I missed it. Let's land. Okay, it counts. Even though I didn't do a great job parking. close enough. Whatever. So I guess I'll save. S for save. Yes. Okay. Enter the building. That building looks so photoshopped in there. Walking inside the medical examiner's office is a truly depressing experience. Long, cold, dark corridors and stainless steel utensils everywhere. They've gotten so busy down here, they've had to install a conveyor belt. So a conveyor belt for corpses. Starting to sound more like a sushi restaurant than a medical examiner's office. Great. Wonder how much longer I've got before the meat wagon brings me here for my rides down the disassembly line. Wow, yeah, this place really is bleak. John Richards, the medical examiner, meets me in the examination room. It's pretty strange, but it would take someone who's pretty strange to do a job like this. Is he wearing dirty gloves? Of course he is. It's always a good start. Just some gore on your hands before you start talking to someone. Yeah. Let's ask some questions. So, tell me about, what was the guy's name again? Carl Linsky. Tell you about Linsky's death. Nothing odd about this one. Jumped off the bridge, massive shock when he hit, lungs filled with water. Wouldn't the impact, like, hitting the water from that height, wouldn't the impact be deadly already? So, would his lungs filled with water? I don't know. Just seems like he wouldn't do much breathing at that point. Because, like, I haven't done much, like, jumping off of, like, a dive board and stuff, but I have enough experience to know that hitting water at the wrong angle is not nice. Anyway, so, massive shock when he hit, lungs filled with water, dead as a rock. I didn't dare that part. Yeah, exactly. Hitting the water at the wrong angle is, yeah, it feels like hitting like a brick wall. So, yeah, I was never good at jumping into water. So, not for me. Like, I learned how to swim, I learned how to dive. Jumping into water, nope. Not for me. I'm not coordinated enough to not injure myself when doing that. Nothing odd about this one yet, definitely not. Anyway, I'll send you a copy of the autopsy report. Lovely. So, tell me about... Can I ask about the bridge? No. Can I ask about... I mean, would there be much to ask this guy? Presumably he doesn't have anything else to do with the investigation. Can I ask about the autopsy report? No. Can I ask about... Don't even know what to ask about. Other than why he's holding his hand like that and why he seems to be, well, covered in gore. Because I thought it was in the examination room, so, like, is there just a dead body between me and him right now? Because that seems awkward. Strange. Maybe also a bit unprofessional. I don't know. I guess I'll just leave. Or I guess I can ask about the standard topics. Like, I don't think any of those would actually apply to him, but true, maybe he's just having his lunch. That is technically possible. So maybe the thing between us is just spaghetti bolognese that he's eating with his hands while wearing gloves. Exactly, so maybe he's just doing that. He seems like the kind of guy to eat spaghetti with his hands. Can I ask about the law and order party thing? One political group I steer clear of, okay? I'm not sure why I'm even supposed to ask about them. Just leave. So I guess I have the autopsy report now. Incoming facts. Lovely. So... from John Richards to Tex Murphy. It is now 1 a.m.? Or maybe it's 1 p.m. I don't know. I'd like to think that it's 1 a.m. I'm just talking to all these people in the middle of the night. Autopsy report. An autopsy has been performed on the body of Carl Linsky at the office of the medical examiner on the 21st of September. So that would be 4 days ago. So, very fast, I guess. Sex male, height 5'10", hair blonde, blood type A, race Caucasian, height... Oh no, that's weight. Weight. 160. If you're looking at height and weight, the font style is quite a choice. I mean, they were working with very limited resolution, but like the H and the W are basically the same letter. It's just that one pixel is shifted up or down by 1. And otherwise it's the same exact word. Anyway. So. His age was 62 and his eyes were brown. External examination. Body is cool to the touch with fixed vigor in the extremities. I mean, if it's been in the water... You'd think he'd be cold to the touch. Like, if I spend too long in a swimming pool, I'm already feeling quite cold. And I'd have a sneaking suspicion that the river in September is gonna be kind of cold, especially in the middle of the night. So, probably not body temperature. Anyway, so that's not really saying much in this situation, I feel. Fixed figure in the extremities, space. Okay. Neck, head, brain. A small burr hole in the skull indicates recent surgery. What's a burr? Or a burr hole? Guess I'll ask the Google machine. Because I feel like this is something I should know, but I don't. So they just punch a hole in the skull? Okay. Sure. Why not? Indicates recent surgery, structure at the base of brain intact. Neck shows massive damage to spinal cord caused by severe impact. Like, the structure and base of the brain is intact. What? Huh? As in, his brainstem didn't get damaged? It seems just oddly specific between neck, head, and brain for that to be the one thing he points out. Anyway, so damage to the spinal cord and a hole in the skull that hasn't healed yet. Don't know how long those would take to heal, but presumably a while if they ever do. Internal examination. The pulmonary system is purple and shows a large amount of blood and frothy fluid in the chest and stomach. Wait. So pulmonary system, that would be lungs. So there's the lungs are purple? Because I think pulmonary system is lungs, right? Double checking that. Because it feels relevant. It is indeed the lungs. Okay. So, his lungs are purple. And there's a large amount of blood and frothy fluid in the chest. He doesn't say in the lungs. And in the stomach. So, like, why would it be frothy? Is that river in such a bad shape that it's basically just soapy water? Anyhow, remarks. Death caused by massive shock and drowning. So he somehow survived the fall from that height. Impressive. Time of death estimated between 10 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. on the 20th. Okay. And that's the end of the autopsy report. Not very detailed. Anything else in my inventory? No? I was pretty sure I got a copy of the note. Look. And I also don't seem to have the autopsy report. Weird. So I guess I just read them and got rid of them. Don't need that anymore. In the bin it goes. So I guess I could try and go to Dolores' house, Sylvia's house. Let's go for Sylvia first. So her location is 4421. Okay. So need to turn this thing around again. There. Off in the distance. I vaguely see it. So let's try not to crash into the building. Again. Okay, I think I managed to get past it. And let's rise up a bit. Because I think this is going to be a longer flight than the previous ones. There. And let's speed this thing up. Whee! Let's try not to crash the plane / car. The vehicle. It's a very long flight. A surprisingly long flight. About as fast as I can go. She lives far away. Whee! It'll take me quite a while to slow down after that. And we're going higher up. Probably shouldn't do that. Okay. Yeah, beautiful scenery. There's a green shape, and then there's the ground, and then there's some blue shapes, which seem to be a river, and some white and grey shapes, which maybe they're buildings. It's very detailed. Look at that river phasing in and out of existence in the middle. It's a big city. Like, even at maximum speed, this is taking a while. And I'm flying. Over the river we go. Yeah, for the year 89, this would be pretty fancy, yeah. Agreed. Like, oh. The era of which King's Quest game would this be? I'm not sure which King's Quest game would have been released closest to this game. But regardless, pretty fancy graphics. But yeah, I didn't expect this game to be a flight sim type game. But I guess it's working. Because I didn't manage to figure it out, so. Yes, this is my first ever Tex Murphy game. I don't know anything about the franchise other than the small amount I've learnt today so far. So, in 1990, they released King's Quest V. Okay. So it would have been released between King's Quest IV and King's Quest V. I think King's Quest V... Okay, that one already had voice acting. So, maybe not quite that impressive. But still pretty decent, because, like, it is kind of 3D, but not really. But yeah, compared to modern flight sims, it's, of course, well, a bit harsh to compare it to a modern flight sim. Especially with just how empty it is. It very much reminds me of, I think it was Police Quest 1, where you had the driving minigame that I was really bad at. But yeah. It feels like the continuation of that. Which is oddly fitting, since you are at least a private investigator. So, let's slow this thing down. Let's maybe slow it down a bunch more. Okay, still moving towards it. Good. Now let's land. Alright. And then turn this way. Okay. I think we'll actually reach our destination for once. Okay, still moving towards it. Think I stopped. There. Okay. Nope. Think I crashed the car again. Fine. Meant to make that sound when you park. No, don't exit. I wanted to save. There. Save. Yes. And exit. Okay. So this would be Dolores's place. Or, no, Sylvia. The bell chimed inside. After a moment, Sylvia opened the door. She wore a pale blue blouse and white shorts that were short enough to be friendly. Huh? The shorts are short enough to have tiny smiley faces on them. She was as beautiful as ever, with her soft blonde hair and clear blue eyes. I knew I was starting to fall for her. As seemingly everyone else in this place is doing. Careful, I reminded myself. She's a client, and falling for a client is dangerous in my business. Still, if only I knew how she felt for me. What a natural angle to have a conversation at. Yes. So very natural, or technically, she's holding her head like that. That's quite uncomfortable. Great. She's just gonna stand like that the entire conversation. Just slowly blinking at me. Hello. So, definitely reminds me of how there's quite a few game covers where, well, it tends to be female characters, but sometimes also male characters who are in positions that are just incredibly uncomfortable if you try and recreate them. So, yeah. That's kind of one of those, because, like, why is she standing like that? So, I should probably take notes. So, her name was... Yeah, she didn't manage to twist her head all the way to her back, so... So, we've got... Sylvia Linsky. Okay. So, tell me about Carl Linsky. Okay. He was happy at the university. Then he took a leave of absence to do some consulting work. His whole personality changed. I'm sure he was in some sort of trouble. Because of this, I don't believe he committed suicide. I lost both my father and the insurance money. Oh no, I lost the insurance money? Interesting priorities. It was my favorite bundle of money. How will I ever live without it? Going to find out why I lost the insurance money. If you need to look through his apartment, it's located at this location. Yes, now she can't afford surgery to have her neck and, well, have her neck like reset to like be able to look front. So, but the quote of I lost both my father and the insurance money. Oh yes, poor money. Does the insurance money get a grave right next to her father? Because priority-wise, sounds like it should. So, Carl's apartment. I think his name was Carl, right? Yeah. So, Carl's apartment is at 4660. Okay. So, who else do I want to ask about? I guess about the police guy. So, Steve Clements. Don't care what he thinks. My father didn't commit suicide. Okay. Wow. Ask about the witness. So, Bash Daggett? No, doesn't know that person. Something wrong with the pixels. I mean, the background is quite pretty. But still, that pose is quite uncomfortable. Why is she standing like that? Like, is there something wrong with her shoulder or something? She's trying to hide it. Like, maybe on her shoulder she has a tattoo that says, I did it. I don't know. The fire hydrant is kind of merging with that flower bed, I think. Or maybe it's like a very large bench? Pedestal? Don't know. Anyhow. So, about the insurance. What? You're thinking I might have killed my father for the insurance money, aren't you? I'm not going to deny that could use the $1 million. Yeah, huh? Yes, you think I'm obsessed with the insurance money? Me, the person who brought up the insurance money right in the same sentence is going, yeah, I lost my father and the insurance money. Anyway, could use the million, but I honestly believe my father was murdered, and if he was, I'm entitled to the money. Is she still entitled to the money if she did it? Like, seems kind of like a flaw in the plan if she would be entitled to the money if he was murdered, regardless of who did it. Anyway, so if you investigate his death and you're convinced it was a suicide, I'll accept your findings. All right. So I'll take a note of the fact that she is more upset about insurance money than her father's death. Guess I'd say that's definitely the case. Okay. What else is going on? So, can I ask about the university? I don't know. I don't know just how many things I can ask about. So, what were the other people's names? So, we've got Dolores. Light body. Dolores and my father had talked about getting married. I always felt she had seduced him by black magic because there was no other way my father would have fallen for a woman like her. I'd really like to meet her because everyone hates her. Okay. Uh, so, she hates Dolores and thinks she's a witch. All right. Who knows? Maybe it was black magic. And that's why she can turn her head like that and still be comfortable. Can I ask about the medical examiner, John Richards? Nope. Ask about her? No. No. Well, actual advice, not sure how well those do at eating mosquitoes. Because like they'd have to have a way to attract them, and I don't think they necessarily would be able to. But well, it, the very reliable life advice is, maybe you can turn your entire living space into one of those giant yellow, into one of those yellow sticky traps. So you try and buy those yellow sticky traps wholesale somewhere, and then you just plaster them on every surface. Because even though they probably won't attract mosquitoes, if they ever land anywhere, they'll get stuck. So yeah, just do that. Don't forget the windows. Also cover the windows. I'd also want to make like a curtain or something out of them for your front door. And you basically just hide like in a plastic bag or something, which you then cover with those yellow sticky traps on the outside. And then you just stand around like that for an hour and you should have no more mosquitoes around. Good. And yeah, the new ones coming in should be taken care of by all the yellow sticky traps on the windows and in front of the front door. And then you just, preferably, never ever leave the house again. Hope it works. But yeah, in practice, yeah, I haven't found many good ways to deal with mosquitoes other than knowing their favorite hiding spots. They do like to hide on dark surfaces. So if you're looking for a specific mosquito, helps to try and look for those types of places. They also tend to hide in dark rooms. So if you have a room without a window, then during the day there's a decent chance they'll seek that out. Yeah. And I've tried like a mosquito trap thing that's specifically supposed to target mosquitoes. Haven't had the best luck with it. Well, some bathrooms have windows. But yeah. Anyway, haven't had the best luck with it. But I think it did catch like 1 or 2 mosquitoes at some point. So basically, it lures in mosquitoes by smelling like very sweaty socks. So if you're fine with having that in your living space, then you could try looking into those traps. But it seemed at least somewhat effective at catching them. Like, success rate was not 0. But yeah, not sure you'd want that. But yeah, I can share more information about it on the Discord. I'll have to look up like what the company was called again. And yeah, you basically need scent pack refills to restock your mosquito trap every season. So like once a year ish. And yeah, they attract mosquitoes by smelling horrible. So yes. Anyhow. I think I asked about the medical examiner, but she didn't know anything. Wait, did I ask her about herself and she responded, don't know? Or did she respond to it? Ah, there. So, yeah, I think I misspelled her name. And past has been a little wild, Tex. I just have this thing about men. But I think a man like you would be enough to settle me down. Maybe when this case is over, you and I can explore that possibility. Let's not. So, what else should I ask about? She is acting rather creepy. And like she was really obsessed with that insurance money, so yeah. I think she did it. Ask about the password? Know anything about that? No. Ask about a pass card? Nope. No password or pass card. What is MT... No. Can't type yet. There. MTC... Corp. Nope. Gideon Enterprises. Nope. I guess I haven't been told about them, but it said I should check the manual, and the manual said to ask about those things. Fine. Overlord? Nope. Access? Nope. Law and order. Heard about the name, don't know much about them, not very political. Yeah, I feel like I should ask about what's wrong with her neck. Like, yeah, anything else I should ask about? Don't think so, but I've got another location to check. So I guess I'll add those to the list. So, Bash Daggett. Location was 4657. Okay. And Carl's apartment. Which I guess is separate from Dolores, because it is the 80s. How very scandalous. Even thinking about them living in the same place. So, because before I kind of assumed that Dolores's home would be the same as Carl's home, but no, apparently it wasn't. Yes, maybe she is possessed by a demon. She does look, well, she looks a bit murderous. In my opinion, at least. So, ask about, I don't know. So I'm done asking. Like, I don't think I can ask about the University of San Francisco. No, I ran out of characters. So, can't type that. I guess I just leave. Can't help you with the thing you didn't ask about. Okay. I'll just be on my way. Okay, where do we go next? Hopefully the next person is a bit less alarming. So let's go to Dolores's home, since I really do wonder what she looks like after how everyone says she must have mind-controlled Carl to be interested in her. Let's go to her place. Okay. So, I think this way is probably a bit faster. I just basically need to turn the entire car around. Yeah. Wouldn't have made a big difference either way. And let's take off. To try and not bump into anything important. And pedal to the metal. Because I feel like it's gonna be a long flight. The game sure is, interesting so far. Can't go any faster than this. So. Everyone apparently wants to be in a relationship with Sylvia. Nobody wants to be in a relationship with Dolores. So, yeah, I do wonder what she'll look like. Do you guys have any guesses? Those of you who don't already know the answer. I'm gonna guess she doesn't have long hair. The horror. Like, maybe she has, like, short hair. That would be terrible. And maybe she even wears glasses. And maybe she's over the age of 40. Because, you know, he's like, he was 62. So, yeah. That's my guess for why she's so incredibly appalling to everyone. I mean, it is the game from the 80s, so. Yeah, maybe she likes cats. That would be quite the deal breaker, wouldn't it? Okay. Slowly getting there. Like, maybe her nose looks like a thumb. Okay. Slowly getting closer to the place. We'll find out soon enough. I mean, apparently she's the most revolting person in all of San Francisco. So, there has to be a reason for it. Slowing down. Am I going to crash into the mountain? I might. I should maybe fly up a bit more. Nope. I crashed into the mountain. It's fine. Whoops. Crashing into a mountain isn't a bad thing, right? Wouldn't cause any issues to do that. Like, maybe it'll scratch the paint job a bit. But just minor cosmetic damage to the vehicle. But definitely still fly after that. So let's try and land. Yep, that's the ground. So let's speed up and try not to crash into the building too. I mean, I've only died in like a few crashes so far. Wonder if at the end of the game I'll get a game over screen because I crashed into too many buildings and hills and bridges. I mean, I deserve it. Or maybe he's a ghost. Am I still moving? I think I am. Slightly. Is that supposed to be the building's shadow? It's always the same shape and it's a rather weird shape for a parking area. I mean, if I had a death counter on this channel, I feel like I should use it for crashes. Dolores Lightbody lives in a well-kept Victorian house. Are there houses from the Victorian era in San Francisco? I guess maybe. Anyway, when I hear Victorian era house, I think UK, not US. So, maybe someone disassembled a Victorian era house and reassembled it brick by brick. I don't know. My knowledge of history is not really up to this task. Or my knowledge of architecture. Anyway, Victorian era house in a neighborhood filled with the houses of attorneys and bankers. Not sure how I can tell from the outside of the houses, but I guess they just look like the houses that would belong to attorneys and bankers. I walk up to the front door and ring the bell. She answers the door. Ms. Lightbody is not what I expected. She has the face of a Saint Bernard. No, she does not. Okay, so, hello. Did you know everyone in San Francisco apparently hates you? So, this is Dolores Lightbody. Okay. So, yeah, she doesn't quite look like a photograph of a person like the previous three characters did. So, who knows? So, Let's see. Let's ask about Carl Linsky. Even better. Anyway, Carl was my fiance, and he had been quite upset lately. He was worried about the project he was working on. He wouldn't talk about it in specifics, and Carl lived at that location. To me, she just looks like she has something in her eye. Or she's pretending to have something in her eye, and she keeps checking if I've walked away. Because, she seems to be squinting her eyes quite a lot. But then blinking. So. Seems like quite the facial workout. To go from squinting to blinking to squinting. Anyway, let's ask about Sylvia? No. He lived at that location, but he didn't work there. Yeah, he didn't work from home. He worked at the university. He had a lab somewhere in the city. His work must have been for the government because everything was top secret. Yes, and the government is the only one ever, like, not publishing information. Like, the Coca-Cola recipe, for example. Yeah, that's definitely public knowledge. Or is it a government project? Because by her logic, would have to be one or the other. So, tell me about Sylvia. No, I already misspelled the name. Sylvia Linsky. Sylvia and I never got along very well. When her father died, she was quite upset. She was even more upset when she talked to Peter Dull. I guess that's the insurance guy. Yeah, the insurance agent. Of course. So, maybe I can get the contact information for Peter Dull. So, insurance agent. Also, a great name. Like, just imagine, hello, I am Dull. Great way to start a talk about insurance. Seems the insurance company wouldn't pay the $1 million because her father's death was declared a suicide. Right. So, question about the insurance. Carl had taken a life insurance policy out several months ago. He was worried about his health and wanted to leave his daughter something. Okay. So, Carl worried about his health. Okay. Seems like that could be relevant. And Carl's project was top secret. Okay. But he didn't work on the project at home, apparently. Anything else I should ask about? I guess about the insurance guys, though. Peter Dull. He was Carl's insurance agent. He works at this location. Okay, so that's... Four, 6, 7, 4. Okay. So that's the insurance office. Just adding it to my list of locations I can go to. Okay. Now that we've settled that, is there anything else I should ask about? Guess the political party? Heard the name, don't know much about them. Okay. So, can I ask about the police officer? Presumably she's talked to him. Asked me some questions about Carl's death. I'm afraid I couldn't help him much. Yeah, social interactions are difficult sometimes. So, can relate. Who else do we ask about? Or what else? I guess I can ask about the witness. Dag it. Yep. Already asked about the insurance money. Already asked about Sylvia. Already asked about Carl. I haven't asked Dolores about herself. So let's do that. Hello, Dolores Lightbody. Can you tell me about Dolores Lightbody? Also, now that I feel like her surname is a comment on her looks by the developers. Anyway, I guess I'm just lucky to be beautiful. But don't try anything with me now because I'm too upset. Come back in a week or so. Well, she does have confidence. But I feel like when people call themselves beautiful, it's... well... not a good sign, necessarily. So... or at least when they go, like... well, they randomly bring it up in a conversation. Like, I asked about how she was doing. But, yeah. Don't know. Weird writing. Should I ask about anyone else? I don't think so. And she probably doesn't know about all the things that I haven't even seen in game yet. So, Nexus, password, passcard, all of those. So I guess I mean, I could ask about password. No. Passcard. No. So presumably I won't need those to get into the apartment. So I guess I just leave. See ya. So... we can go to... I've been to the university building, I've been to Sylvia's home. I've been to the medical examiner's office. I've been to Dolores's place. I've been to the police station. Also, Side note, everyone goes, oh, I don't know what he ever saw in her. Meanwhile, she lives in a really fancy neighborhood. Maybe he was the gold digger. Haven't been to Bash's home. Haven't been to Carl's home yet. And I haven't been to the insurance office, but I think I've been to all the other locations. Because, yeah, we've been to the university, we've been to Sylvia's house, been to the medical examiner's office, been to Dolores' house, been to the police station. Alright, so let's navigate. Navigate. But yes, it's just... This game seems to be a product of its time. Including the... What could someone ever see in someone who isn't a supermodel? Yes. Just imagine even having a conversation with someone who isn't... like... conventionally attractive. Could you imagine the horror of that? I think I entered the location correctly, but I'm doubting myself, so I'll just re-enter it. 4, 6, 5, 7. Okay. Let's go. Right, wrong button. There, that's taking off. All right. And then over this way. Okay. So it's not that far away. Shouldn't speed up fully. Yeah, it seems the people in San Francisco, at least in 2033, are all very, very shallow. But oh well. Well, I don't know who they photographed for the different characters, so... yeah. Could be that they went for that joke, if you can call it that. I mean, haha. So very funny. Feels like it's on a similar level as poop jokes to me. So, yeah. So, is that kind of an island? Kind of looks like an island. I've never looked at a map of San Francisco. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie Mrs. Doubtfire, but yeah, just... and where's the joke? Like, if I wear a suit, is that a joke? No, not to me at least. And yes, I own a suit. Oh, the horror. Okay, let's try and slow down to not go past the location. Yeah. Need to slow down a lot more. But not too much or I'll move backwards again. Not moving backwards yet. Okay. So let's land. There. Okay. But like historically speaking, back like with the ancient Greeks, like I think they didn't allow women to become actors, so all female roles had to be played by men. So going like, oh, that's so outrageous and humorous is definitely a product of a very specific time period. Also, wait till I find out who wore high heels first in old paintings and stuff. Okay. Wait. Strength, ammunition. Can I opt out of this? Apparently, I'm getting myself into a gunfight. How very exciting. Can I save? There we go. I don't know how shooting is going to work. Help screen, please? Nope. Nope. There. So, it doesn't say anything about it. Maybe I need to go to the help screen on the combat screen? Help. Help. Okay. Forward is the right key. It feels weird to call it forward, but I guess I'll be walking from left to right. So, crouch is down, fire is space, runaway is escape. Okay, so I can walk forward, I can crouch, I can shoot, and I can run away. Those are all the options. Let's try this. So, right button, down, space, and escape. Yeah, where am I? I don't even see my... Oh, yep. Ow. If I just keep shooting, is that a good thing? Okay. There, I'm crouching. Like, why would I walk any closer than this? That's just gonna be an endless loop. Oh, I will eventually run out of ammo. I did save, so if I mess up too badly here, then... I wonder if my ammo's gonna restock between fights? It might not. Can't move while crouching. Okay. Maybe I have to reach the other side of the screen in order to actually reach the location. Ow. Everything's fine. Just got shot in the face a couple of times. Nope. It's quite a lot of them. Ow. There goes my face again. Did that even do anything? So. Okay. Just managed to do one of the two. There. Do they have more people than I have ammo? They might. Ow! And I died. Okay. Resume. I think it was this one. Load. Yes. Exit. Okay. Now that I'm so much better at this, I'll be incredibly efficient and not even lose any health, right? Can I shoot while crouching? No. Ow. Oh. Okay. But definitely can't move while crouching. So. Okay. Ow. How do I get past this box? It's gonna be difficult. Okay. This is a very weird minigame. Okay, that works. What a great minigame. So, just need to get the timing right. Okay. Am I still behind cover? I don't know. Oh, I can. Wait. Okay, next screen. Of course, there's several screens. Okay then. That's interesting. Let's load. This is gonna take some practice, I think. Never really played anything like this. So. Is it at maximum 2 at a time? Seems like it might be. Ow. Yes, I think it's always 2 of them, but they keep respawning endlessly. And they respawn quite fast. So it would make the most sense to try and get them to spawn close to each other, to then be able to take out both of them quite efficiently. Like that. Ish. Except for with less bullets to the face. Ow! Too many bullets to the face! Again. How am I supposed to dodge that? Well. Let's try and see if I'll get any better. But now I'm pretty bad at this. Now I can get them as soon as they're past the first set of boxes. Ow. So, if I get the timing right, I could manage to shoot both of them in one go. Ow. Didn't quite manage. I shot twice! That should have counted. I definitely pressed spacebar twice, so that should have killed both of them. Getting all tactical, but nope, not good enough. The timing of those. How? Like, for some of those, you can't dodge. Well, you can only constantly dodge. I don't think the animation of crouching and getting back out of cover is going to be fast enough for the time between some of those bullets. So, I'm not sure about that. So. How is this supposed to work? Am I overthinking it? I think I am. Like, I think this was on the second to lowest difficulty. How is this fight on the higher difficulty settings? Do you get like 5 bullets each? Like, I am very confused by this section. Can they shoot while walking? Yes, they can. So presumably I can shoot while walking. But I can't shoot while getting shot. Ow. The bullets stay on screen for so long after the people who shot the bullets already died. What did I even get shot by then? Yeah, boy. The timing of that was impossible. If I just constantly shoot... Like, maybe I just walk and shoot. Maybe that's how you do it. You just don't stop shooting. Basically what they're doing. Just walk, shoot. Whoops. There. More shooting. Dang it. I need to start shooting right at the start, and then not stop. So let's try. So, pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Stop shooting. Shouldn't have stopped shooting. Stop shooting again. Less walking, more shooting. There. Not sure I can even shoot them before they start shooting. It's like they can start shooting before they even reach my range. It seemed like I wasn't able to do that, and I died. Am I getting better? I don't know. Guess there's always the option of lowering the difficulty, but for now I'm too stubborn for that. So I'll just keep trying. Okay, so this time I shot really early. They still managed to shoot once. So... Okay. Ow. Why can't I crouch and move at the same time? That's my main question here. Okay. Oh, there goes basically all my health. Okay, slight progress. Tiny bit of progress. There. Now I've got the second guy. Okay. Now I should be able to shoot them as soon as they walk past the first box. It is interesting how they can't aim down. And they don't think to duck and shoot. So, hope they don't learn to do that. Because that would get me into trouble. Okay, now I think I might be stuck. Yeah, dead. But I got pretty close. So, progress. We'll see how many screens there are. Probably more than 2, with my luck. Slowly moving past the first box. Nope. There. Past that box. Pretty good for now. Hope it continues like that. Okay. Nope. There, got him. Next group. Halfway through this screen. Okay. So if I walk closer, I'll have to be fast, because otherwise I'll end up with the issue again of me hiding right behind cover and not being able to shoot them while crouching. At which point, the timing is kind of impossible. So, there. Okay, I made it. They weren't kidding about this being a rough neighborhood. Yeah. You don't say. But yes, I did it. I didn't even have to change the difficulty setting, so yes. So, where was I? They weren't kidding about this being a rough neighborhood. Blown out waste buildings are occupied by the bottom rung of society. You'd have to have a jungle mentality to survive here. Okay. Find a suitable place to wait. Hoping to see the guy who, well, was a witness to the death. Like, we're kind of investigating whether it was a suicide or not, so, like, calling it that kind of, like... Anyway, trying to find the witness. The police officer showed the mugshot of Daggett, who he described as the ultimate low-life scumbag. I finally see the guy. Looking at him quickly dispels the myth that a little inbreeding never hurt anyone. What a charmer. So, we are talking to Bash Daggett. And I think he's wearing a bandana. Otherwise, part of the skin of his skull might be missing, in which case you should get that checked out. So, let's ask about Carl Linsky. Stick it, fish face. Did I misspell the name? Carl Linsky. Okay. He's not being very cooperative. Can I save here? Probably not. Nope. So if I mess up, then I'll probably have to redo the fight. Great. Ask about... Steve Clements. Clements? There's a determined cop. When he puts his foot down, someone is usually under it. Okay, can I now ask about Carl Linsky? No? Okay. I'll ask him about himself. What? Okay. Time is valuable. Don't give anything for free. Okay, so I need to bribe him. Also, I got paid 10,000 to help Sylvia gain 1 million. Quite the bargain. I could also threaten him, yes. But do I want to potentially end up in another gunfight? He probably doesn't know about any of the other people, so... Carl Linsky. There. Now it's giving me the option. Yeah, definitely my middle name. No time for diplomacy. I threaten to bash and crack heads if I don't get the right information. Well, seems I got punched. Or no, I'm the one punching. Slam my fist into his soft, flabby stomach. And he buckles over. And I catch his chin with a solid haymaker that sends him staggering back against the wall. And that's it. Okay. Well, guess that worked. Okay, that's enough. I'll talk. So, all the people with guns, those were just his roommates? He won't? Okay. Expected him to react aggressively. I saw Carl jump, but the whole incident was outrageously bizarro. The old geek walks like Dawn of the Dead, then he was about 30 feet past me, climbs over the barrier. He didn't even hesitate on jumping. Okay. But saying he walked like a zombie, I think. Okay, so... Carl walked like a zombie? Question mark? So, I guess we might have to ask about black magic soon enough. And I punch him again for some reason. Oops. Don't know why I'm punching him twice. Guess I had more punching to do. So, anything else I want to ask him about? Insurance? He probably doesn't know about it. Like, why would he know about that guy's life insurance? I don't think he's the insurance agent. So, I think I'm done here. Not really much information, but whatever. Let's just go. Alright, where do we go next? That sure was a place. I guess Carl's home. That should be nice and uneventful, right? Totally going to be uneventful. Nothing bad could ever happen there. Turning all the way around again. Turning is so slow. There. Okay. Let's go. Might not even need to go into airplane mode for this one. But this game is... yeah. Definitely a product of its time. Nope, no. I don't want to crash into the hillside again. Let's carefully drive around that. I guess I could have flown over it, but... currently playing... well, the plane is in car mode. Or the flying car is in car mode. So... did I get past the hill yet? I think I did. There. It is a bit janky, but you think you'd be much worse than crashing into several buildings and bridges and hills. I'd say that's already pretty bad. It's like, interesting house. Looks more like a child's drawing of a house. Didn't expect there to be many one-story houses in San Francisco. But who knows? Maybe it's a really common thing. Okay. Come on. No. I want to park. There. But I want to be perfectionist about it. Did it. That's a 3-story home! No, it's not. The 3-story Queen Anne style home of Professor Carl Linsky has been well kept. But apparently part of the W is off screen. I step inside and notice the quaint style of furniture and decor. He's just casually owning a 3-story house in San Francisco? Seems kind of unusual to me. Yeah, can't seem to save here, so guess not. I guess I could exit and then save and then enter the building again. There. Oops. Save. Yes. Enter the building. Enter the building. Okay. an exit. So... Look, get, move, open, on, off, taste, back. Enter. Okay, now I can pick. So now we're at not really a point and click game, but just basically same idea but without the mouse. So without the pointing and clicking. Which frame do you want me to switch? Still just got the two options, so went around the webcam at the one below. San Francisco homes don't have basements. Yeah, it just feels like owning a 3-story house in a city, like, wouldn't you have to be quite rich for that? Or are the cities so spread out that people just live in, like, their own houses? Because to me that, like, I don't know. So, you want me to switch the webcam frame? All right, let's see. Do we have anything that really fits the style of this game? I feel like this one kind of fits. Tiny bit. Let's go with that one. So, anyhow, we have the fax machine. And there is, I guess, a light switch, a cabinet, and a bookcase. Isn't the cabinet on the other side? Look at the fax machine. It's operational. Can't switch to looking at the message yet. No. Ah, there. Okay. Message. Look. Dear Professor, looking forward to our date on Saturday. Love, Sandra Larson. Okay. I don't know who Sandra is yet. So, do they mean, like... Well... Using the word date and signing it with love seems a bit fishy. Considering he was engaged to someone else. But maybe it's a really, really old fax. Maybe it's from like 5 years ago and he just doesn't use his fax machine. Because it's the year 2033. Yes, I have used a fax machine. Several times. Would I currently know exactly how to use a fax machine? No. It's been a while, and when there is a device I haven't used in a long time, I tend to forget how to use it. So, yes. Why have I used a fax machine? Because I needed to fax something. So, yeah. Yeah, supposedly in some cases they are still used for government stuff. So... I haven't had to use them in a while, but like I have like at least somewhat recently seen a place that listed a fax number. So yeah. So you don't have the technology to send a fax? Well, then hopefully you won't need to send a fax. Yeah, exactly. So even if it's like a phone I used for years, it'll take me a bit to get back into it. To like know where stuff is on the menu and stuff like that. So, like, would I currently be able to operate a fax machine? It'll take me a while, probably. like I've also used a VCR. Like I've used like audio cassettes. Uh, I've used um, a tape as in like um, VHS tape, or as in audio cassette, or as in like the small ones that are used for like video cameras. All of those, yes. Have I used a rotary dial phone? Does use require for it to be plugged in? Because I think it was not plugged in. I think it was like either like a display piece or something. So I don't think I've used a rotary dial when it was actually functional. But supposedly there's now old style phones that you can get that are compatible with modern systems. So if you want to get a rotary phone again for whatever reason, you could get one as a landline, as if people still have landlines. Yeah. So, can I taste the fax message? It tastes like paper and ink. Good. What does the fax machine taste like? Not sure you know what you're doing. Oh, I am sure you know what you're doing, even though you look like an idiot doing this. Okay. But I'm not sure when exactly rotary phones stopped being in style, but I believe it has been quite a while. Like landlines with keypads, there are ones that have yellowed quite a bit. So, uh, yeah. Mid 80s? Okay. I guess that makes sense. Have I used a payphone? I'm not sure. Maybe. But I don't remember. So I've seen plenty of them. I've even seen ones that were still connected, like to the phone network. I've just never used one. But I have used a phone book. So, yeah. But never needed to use a payphone. Like, yeah. I know there was a time when, like, people didn't have landlines and had to go out to use the payphone and stuff like that, but yeah. I was never social enough to need a payphone before cell phones. So, as in mobile phones. So I could have used one, but I didn't. Hmm. Most of the time you were just checking if there was still coins in there. Fair. But yeah, I've seen plenty of payphones. Like I've even seen places that, like institutions that have payphones. So where you need to like get like phone card or whatever to use the phone. I never got into that stuff. As I said, like I call people. Phone calls are overrated. So, bookcase. Struggling with the controls a bit. Bookcase. Look at the bookcase. There we go. Scan the bookcase. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Okay. I'm not sure a phone booth from the 40s would still work. I'm not sure how much the phone system has changed since the 40s. Like, when you still have had operators that would need to physically switch the cable. I know what a pager is. I've never had one. So, yes. So there was nothing on the bookcase. Look at the light switch. It looks like a light switch. I turned on the lights. Okay. Taste the light switch. Shockingly, a shockingly silly thing to do. Your tongue looks like a burnt marshmallow. What happened to his tongue? Is that light switch made of, like, chalk or something? I'm not sure what sort of medical condition you would have for your tongue to look like a burnt marshmallow. Because that sounds oddly specific, but quite alarming. So let's look at the cabinet. Standard oak and metal entry table with a fax machine. Okay. So I thought it... Yeah, the thing the fax machine is on, I did think that was a table, but I guess maybe it has a drawer in it. So... Yeah, you can burn your tongue on a burnt marshmallow, sure. But having your tongue look like a burnt marshmallow sounds like a problem. So... I have had marshmallows. But I've just been eating the cold marshmallows. Maybe have a slight sugar addiction at times. Not constantly, just sometimes. And marshmallows are basically just straight up sugar, so probably not the healthiest thing to eat. Nobody eats marshmallows after their late 30s? I doubt that. So, let's look at this cabinet. It's made of oak. Okay. Can I open the cabinet? Doesn't open. Fine. Then let's open the cabinet door. Okay. And there's a key. I'll get that. Okay. Then look at the book. Psychology textbook written by Carl. The page is marked. Okay. Open the book. You open the book to the page, to the marked page, see what appears to be a combination to a safe. Get the combination. Okay. So, I cannot close the cabinet, seemingly. I should probably not taste the book, but... I tasted the cabinet instead. Taste the book. Tastes like paper and ink. So I guess I tasted the inside of the book, not the outside. Well, I guess the outside might still taste like ink. But I feel like the outside of most textbooks, it's kind of like plasticky, or it's leather bound if you're really fancy. It tends not to just be untreated paper. Look at the painting. Painting is an antique landscape. People used to buy these at Kmart. So I guess not an actual antique. I'm not familiar with Kmart. Like, I've heard the name, but that's it. So... this cabinet. Can I open it? Nope. Like, what is Kmart? What sort of stuff do they sell other than paintings, apparently? Well, in some cases, stores end up with international locations, and those go bankrupt separately from the original. It's quite weird when that happens. So... like Walgreens. And Walgreens is... a grocery store. Okay. Thanks. Like, I also know the name of the store chain, but like... okay, it's like a smaller Walmart, or it's like a pharmacy? One or the other. Okay, so it's like a... yeah, a pharmacy type store that also sells other stuff. I get the idea. Don't know what the proper English name for it would be, but yeah. I understand the type of store. Like, would they have prescription medication or just stuff like cough drops? Because that's the one I would expect. But I have seen ones that also do prescription stuff. Like, as in stores like that also do prescription stuff. But it wasn't Walgreens, so never been to one. And also developing photos, yeah. I think nowadays those types of shops, they still print out photos, and a lot of them have like... no, I've not developed photos because basically I got into photography with a digital camera. I'm not sure how well I would do with a film camera, to be honest. Because not being able to delete pictures and, well, having such limited capacity for number of pictures, I'm too much of a perfectionist, I think. So I would waste a lot of money if I used a film camera. But technically, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Technically, now I remember, I did do an art project at school at some point where I developed photos. But they were taken with a camera obscura that I made myself. So like a pinhole camera made using like I think it was a peanut tin. So yes, technically I did develop like maybe 5 pictures that I took and then I developed in a darkroom. So ha. But yeah, it was quite interesting. to use that camera. Works surprisingly well. Apparently I have a talent for punching holes into the side of a tin can. So, yes. I managed to punch a very sharp edged hole into the tin can, so the pictures turned out okay. Anyways, thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? How was your stream? I'm maybe getting sidetracked a bit, but well, this game is set in the year 2033, and they still really like fax machines for some reason. And it's set in San Francisco. So apparently, in 8 years, San Francisco is going to have a lot of fax machines. So get ready for that. Buy stocks in fax machine companies. Yes. You've been playing Monkey Island 2? Haven't finished it yet? Well, hope it went well at least. I do remember having quite a bit of fun with the Monkey Island series. I'm not entirely sure where, like, the first game ends and, well, where the second game then ends. But, yeah, I vaguely remember the general storyline. So, yeah, Beanie Babies. I don't think I've ever seen one in person, but I have heard a lot about them. Like, maybe I've seen one, like, that was being sold secondhand. I don't know. But, yeah. Let's look at the desk. Is that the British spelling? Starting to wonder where this game is from, like where the developers were. Because the spelling is aluminium, not aluminum, which would have been the spelling I would have expected to be common in San Francisco. But I guess might be wrong. So, anyway. Let's open the drawer. Locked. Don't have the key. Fine. But now I know that there's another key I need to find. Back. Guess we'll look at the display case. Display cabinet is protected by a magnetic field. Why would a magnetic field keep my character away? Am I a robot? You notice 2 slot screws, partially hidden, and surmise you could shut down the force field if you had a slot screwdriver. So what's the force field for if it's that easy to shut down? Look at the statue. A historical artifact. The Maltese fruitcake. Carbon dated as the oldest fruitcake in existence. It dates back to the 16th century in Europe. Nobody wanted to eat it then either. But it's worth $4,000. Great. Like, what's wrong with fruitcake? I don't think I've ever had whatever this version of fruitcake is. But I've seen it referenced that apparently everyone hates it. So why do people make it? An executive swivel chair. Alright, there's a desk key. Let's get the key. Why is it on the chair anyway? On the seat of the chair. Very secure. So let's look at the desk. And then open the drawer. Yes. I mean, I think you'd write it with a dash when it's the chemistry version. But I also think there's probably a different word for it. Like the opposite of ionized. But not sure. So we've got a digital tape. Because obviously those are very popular these days. A 2-inch digital audio tape. Well, we mentioned at the start of the stream that technically I could have had a sub-goal for Reginald's hat, but like, that was just a joke at the start of the stream. That's not something I've prepared at all. So I could maybe think about something like that, but yeah. Violet could also have a summer hat, sure. I'm not sure how good I am at making a summer hat. So, like, I guess crocheting one once again. That would be my main possibility of making one. Because when I think summer hat, I think like straw hat. But yeah. Actually, it's not that easy to fit a hat on her head because of the antlers? Whatever they're called for giraffes. Anyway, let's get the tape. That is somehow still in use 8 years from now. I guess horns? Yeah. I've just never really thought about what they're called for giraffes. Ossicones? Okay. Those things, yes. There. Struggling with the controls. Grade sheet is for an advanced psychology course. The name of one student is circled. Blaze Wiener. The grade received is an E. So that's one grade above F. I think. So I think E is still passing grade? I don't know. Never been in that education system, so is E a passing grade or not? So if E is failure, then F is also failure? So neither of them are passing grades? E is bare minimum pass? E for excellent? Well, in some cases, yes, but yeah. Grading systems yeah, they're very different depending on the country. Anyhow. So E is 50 to 60%, okay. Sure. Well, so is E failing or not? Because I'm confused now. But at least in my experience, for some exams, I needed higher than 50% to pass. So I guess it depends. So usually it's E or F that's failing. Okay. All right. So wait, if both were failing grades, does that mean it would go from D straight to F? Skipping the E? Because otherwise, if you have all the letters and only the last one is the failing grade, then E would sometimes be a passing grade? But yeah. Regardless. D, E, and F are not passing grades? So D to F are all failing grades. There's just... Or it goes from D to F, skipping the E. That's a very strange system. Regardless, I clearly didn't deal with that system ever. I'll pick up the grade sheet, I guess. But yeah, for me, I was scored either with numbers or percentages. But the numbers also stand for words, kind of. So, yeah. So in some cases, they wouldn't write the number, they'd write the word version of the grade. It's like, very good, good, then like, basically mediocre, and then there's like, just enough and not enough. That's my translation of the grading system. And the best grade would be a 1, the worst grade would be a 5, and that would be a failing grade. So, yeah. That's the system I mainly dealt with, but percentages as well. Anyway, I think we move back. Then look in the trash can. Sits on the floor next to the desk. Okay, so we have 2 things in the trash can. A lease. For a space in a warehouse. Rented 10 months ago. Okay. So. Bridgeview Warehouse. Because, like, who would want a warehouse with a bad view? 4675, which is potentially right next door to the insurance office. Okay, I'll take that. And then look at the note. A handwritten letter to Dolores. It says, Dolores, I'm calling our relationship off. It's nothing to do with Sandra. I just know there are other whales in the sea. And I, blah, blah, blah. Wow. Seems like he was a sweetheart as well. He called his fiancée a whale. Maybe he deserved to get murdered. Yes, he did. He did just call his fiancée a whale. Huh. Yeah, maybe she murdered him. But I feel like he would have deserved it just a tiny bit, at least. Like, obviously not literally deserved it, but like... Was that necessary? Yeah, I don't think that in this case they mean it as a big spender. So I think he meant it as in fish in the sea versus whale. So, yeah. Anyhow, uh, maybe don't feel quite as bad about him getting murdered. Potentially. Um, Let's use the tape player. Try it open. Try to pry it open. Doesn't work. Fine. Turn on the tape player. There. Slip the tape you found in the desk into the tape player. The voice on the tape cries out. They're in my head. They're in my head. Okay. Perfectly normal. That was a psychology textbook, right?
They're in my head! They're in my head!
Yeah, there is voice acting. I got startled by that. I clearly did a great job reading that out. Very accurate to the voice acting. So. Yeah, the voice acting is just in my head. Can I take the tape player? No. Okay. So. I don't have a screwdriver yet. I think I've looked at everything else, so let's walk around some more. Is that the display case with the magnetic force field? I guess so. Okay. Look at the couch. It's an antique. A 1960s contemporary style couch. I guess at this point it would be an antique and no longer just an old couch. But I feel like in like 89, a couch from the 60s would just be, well, I guess there's going to be plenty of people who have a couch for 20 to 30 years. It's just maybe not going to be in the best shape at that point. Anyway, look at the coffee table. Made of brushed aluminium again. But it's brown. I guess they very heavily brushed the aluminium of this table. So we've got a chess set and a note. Look at the chess set. A bishop is missing. Okay. So either he doesn't take good care of his chess set, or someone came in here and specifically stole the bishop. And the note says, I'm going to get you for failing me, Linsky. Okay, so that could be the student who had a failing grade. I guess. But why would that be next to the chessboard? Okay, let's look at the plant. I need to know what type of plant it is. A miniature palm tree mutation is set in the corner. A mutant palm tree. Alright. So let's look at the bar. Well stocked, there's a cabinet door. And let's open the door. There's a shoebox. God. Look at the shoebox. There, open. Okay, there's papers. Look at the papers. Professor, I got the possible Nexus passwords to be decoded. Those still seem to be written in some sort of code. Is before you lassen tolv Dodgar Gnop Nkuk Orc Napur Ised Smack Gatai Etsail Match Slukte Nikt Klubak and Tevin. Yes. We might have summoned a demon. Or just a gust of wind. Either way. Yes, it was a very extensive sneeze. Definitely words, yes. None of the words are 3 letters, or none of the passwords. So that makes me think that it's not just an English sentence. Because I would expect like 1 to 3 letter words in there somewhere. But yeah, don't know. Like it could be that it's just shifted by a couple of numbers, like as in by a couple of letters. It could be that the letters are just scrambled, the order of them. Because we do have a Q and a U. Like, could be the word queen? Queen. Unless my spelling skills are failing me entirely. GNOP. What? Pong? I guess that's technically a word. So it could be that the letters are just in random order. But it is possible that they are just shifted over by a couple of letters. So, first word. Like, I'm not sure what to think about the first word. As in, the first one of the decoded password. Like, I don't see any double letters anywhere. So, oh no, there's the 2 O's. Wait, how many English words would start with that? So I think the order might be scrambled. So, because then it could be rook, as in chess, a rook. I think you spell that one with 2 O's, but I'm not sure. So if I try to unscramble the first one, I guess it could be SH. Like the H is confusing me at the moment. Chess pieces, okay. Oh, bishop, bishop, bishop. Fine, so it's chess. So yeah. But then what's the GNOP? I don't know if that being a chess piece. Yeah, I don't think Pong is a chess piece. And I don't think Knop is a chess piece either. So, if the first word is bishop, the second word being queen, then we've got rather long word. We do have pawn. Do we have king? Yes, we do. We do have rook. We keep reading it as Laser Town. Yeah, a tiny bit. Let's see, what are the other names for chess pieces? So we've got king, queen, yeah, rook. Is it called tower? I don't know. I call it that. But that might not be the official name for it. So I think rook is the one that looks like a horse, right? The English names are all very strange to me, so that's my excuse. We do have pawn. So there's the one that can go. Rook is the tower. Okay, so knight is the horse, and then we still have the one that moves diagonally. What's that one called in English? Okay, so rook is the castle. Why is it called rook? Who came up with that? Oh, bishop is the one that moves diagonally. Right. Right. True that. So, yeah, the names are so different in different languages, clearly. Yeah, I do think that's the German name. So, yeah. And the other ones would translate as, like, you still have king and queen. Then you have the one that moves diagonally, I think basically is called a runner. Then the knight is called like an old-fashioned name for a horse. And I think the tower is just called tower. The rook is just called tower. So, yes. Wait, so rook is called that because it derives from the word for chariot. But why does it look like a tower if it's supposed to represent a chariot? I guess maybe the designs of the different pieces, like, huh? Maybe the designs changed a lot over the years. But, or maybe Google AI is just wrong, which happens. So, maybe it's just hallucinating again. Anyhow, so let's try and decode this. Bishop, queen, then something, and then something, and then something, then king, rook, pawn, Could that be checkmate? I think that's checkmate. Maybe it's dragon, yeah. Yeah, looks like it could be. Then BMGTAI. I'm clearly not very good at this puzzle. The second to last word could be black, and last word could be white. So, got first line is chess pieces, third line is chess pieces and the word checkmate, and then fifth line at least has two colors. What could the third word be? Oh, true, I haven't found knight yet, I think. Found pawn, found king and queen, found the rook, found the bishop. So I do think the knight is the only one left. Yeah, yeah. Knight. Yeah, so that's knight, black, white. Okay. So, bishop, queen, blah, 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 blah. King, rook, pawn, checkmate. Blah, 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 blah. Knight, black, white. Okay. So, bishop, queen, blank, blank, blank. Then we've got king, rook, pawn, checkmate. And then blank, blank, blank. I'll have it on separate lines so I have an easier time finding the words. So first line was bishop, queen. And we had 3 blanks, yes. Okay. And then back to the one after checkmate. We've got 3 blanks again. Only one line has 4 words. And then we've got knight, black, and white. Okay. So, second line and fourth line are still not decoded, at least not for me. So, regarding chess pieces, I think we have all of them between king and queen, the pawns, then we've got the rook, the knight, and the bishop. Seems good. So, and we have the word checkmate. Hmm. I don't think there's any specific theme to how the words are scrambled. Um, hmm. Castles before night? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, that I said them in the wrong word. So that the brook is the last one. Yeah. Like, dragon would fit on, well, it's the fourth word overall or second line, second word. Um, right before night is castle, is it? It is. Okay. So, that's castle. Which isn't a chess thing, apparently. Then maybe the other word really is dragon. So that's the fourth word overall. So, dragon. Um, hmm. But other than Pong, I'm not sure what the fifth word could be. Hmm. Yeah, I clearly call it the castle. Because that's what it looks like. Why make it look like a castle if it's supposed to be like a chariot? Yeah, the third word or first word in the second line. That one is eluding me at the moment. Hmm. The word before castle? Sure. Is it stalemate? I think that's stalemate. Like, I haven't checked all the letters, but just glancing over that word. S-T-A... I think L-E-M-A-T-E? Yeah. Okay. Then before that... Um... Hmm... Do you have a clue for that one? Sure, go ahead. Because I'm not managing to figure that one out. Like, what letter could it start with? Uh, Gambit? I think. Which I guess is a chess thing. I'm not enough of a chess person to have thought of that. So, thank you. Okay. So, Need to pull what is left of my chess knowledge for the last two. So, what could that four-letter word be? I don't think it starts with an O. Because anything you could make with those four letters starting with an O would be rather difficult to pronounce in English, so gonna go with probably not that. Like, GN is a common enough letter combination, I guess. Or NG, I mean, NG. Like bang, for example. So, like, other than Pong, I'm not sure, but what does that have to do with chess? Like, if I started with a G, GP doesn't make any sense. GN, maybe? But then you just end up with Knopf, which we already have. That's not really a word. GOPN? No. GONP? No. So, yeah, other than Pong, I feel like it's such a short word, so there wouldn't be that many options. So I guess Pong? I'll just write it down with a question mark. Okay, last one. So I always mix up which one is vowels and which one is consonants, because, like, to me, both of the words are, like, I rarely use either word, so that's why I tend to mix them up in my brain. I think vowels are A, E, O in this word. And consonants are the rest of them. But I'm not 100% sure. As I said, don't really need to use that word very frequently. So, yeah. Not a language teacher. True, consonant does have many consonants, but it also has quite a few vowels. So, like, if you go by vowel to consonant ratio, so a vowel would have 2 vowels, 3 consonants, and consonant would have 3 vowels and fine, it does have a higher ratio of consonants to vowels, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I'm starting with this one, so this is my introduction to the series. It's a bit rough at the moment. But yeah, for now, we're trying to decode this. Still struggling on that third word. Like, I could form the word lent. It kind of already has the word sent. There's also went. I feel like when you end up getting to words that are quite so long, it just gets tricky to try and unscramble them. Could have the word toll with 2 L's. Not the word tool, because we only have 1 O. Could have low. Could have owl. Hmm. What could it be? Sure. You can tell me the first letter. That would probably already help. Because right now I'm just very lost with that pile of letters. It is chess related. Okay. Well, my chess knowledge is not good enough for this. And the first letter is an S. Okay. Thank you. Uh, hmm. So we already had stalemate. And this one has the wrong letters for it. So it's not going to be that. Um, let's see, what could come after the S? Could be, I think pretty much any of the letters could potentially come after an S. You already got it? Yeah, I'm just bad at chess terms, clearly. Is it a common chess term that I would know? Which is quite a limited list, clearly. Hmm. You don't think I would know it? Okay. Hmm. It's a strategy. Okay, I'm looking up a list of chess terms. We'll see if I can find one. So, a chess vocabulary? Ah. So, glossary of chess. That sounds good. I guess I can go for the letter S. Ah, sacrifice is apparently a strategy. Uh, hmm. Even looking through a list of chess terms, there are just so many of them. Already have stalemate. Um. Hmm. And presumably it is just one word, not two words. And it does have a W in there, which seems not to be very common in the list of chess terms that I'm currently scrolling through. But, I still don't have it. Must be a very obscure term if it's not in this list. Fine, so defensive strategy. I guess I'll look up defensive strategies for chess. Because I would not know what the terms are. So, apparently mobilization is a defensive strategy. Uh, so many chess terms that I've never seen before. Um, hmm. Yeah, for me, gambits, I don't really associate that word with chess, but I do know that there's the one show. But I just know the title of the show. My pop psychology, not great, but I might be able to be better at pop psychology than chess. So that's, I guess, something. Uh, a list of chess terms again. Hopefully this one's gonna have the right term in it. We shall see. Mainly has strategies. Hmm. Yeah, it's not really just giving me words for the different ones. So I'm still kind of stuck. Hmm. So sure, you can give me the second letter. It's also the term for war strategy. Okay, second letter is a T. Uh, is it a word that's... Is it a compound word? Or is it like someone's name? Because like, if it's going to be a name, that's going to be quite difficult. Which one? Compound word. Okay. Um, hmm. Stolen? What letters would I have left after that? Um, so Stolen. Stolen law? Is that the thing? It is two words, so like it's also a nickname. Okay. Uh, hmm. STO is correct. Okay. Um. Stow. Like it's not stowaway. Maybe I just don't know the words. That could technically be the case. I don't know every word out there. Definitely not. But it is a compound word, so. Hmm. I keep going stowaway, but we don't have the letters for that. But if it's not STOL, the other options would be STOW, STON. So stone, Stonewall, Stonewall. Is it Stonewall? I mean, I'm not aware of that being a war specific term or a chess specific term, but hey, I would never ever have gotten that. Thank you for all the help. So, SF will be in touch, whoever that is. But it took a while to decrypt that, but I think we've got it now. So that's bishop, queen, stonewall, dragon, pawn, king, rook, pawn, checkmate, gambit, stalemate, castle, knight, black, white. Well, my guess is Pong, but I guess it could also be that it's just something else. Gone? Nope. Ah. Guppen? Then we've got Pong. Poggen. Pnog. Pagon. Nog. Nobg. Yeah, I think the other ones are a bit weird. So, Pong is the closest thing to a word that I can think of. So, Pong? I mean, it's only 4 letters, so there's only so many words you can make from that. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let's get the papers. Okay. Wait, papers? I thought there was just one paper that said that. Okay. Can I look in the shoebox? Not really. I mean, I already opened it and took the stuff that was in there. So look at the whiskey. It's Jack Daniel's whiskey, and it's half full. Okay. Do I move the bottle? Move it again? Okay. Nothing happened. I open the bottle. Okay. Taste it. You lift the bottle to your lips and remember your promise not to drink while on a case. What the hell, you say, and pour the entire contents down your throat. Okay. Great. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe shouldn't have done that, but it's fine. I wanted to check if it was poisoned, but I guess I just drank it instead. Also, the entire contents of the bottle. So that would be half a bottle of whiskey? I've never really started drinking, but half a bottle of whiskey sounds like a lot of whiskey to me. Isn't whiskey supposed to be kind of strong? That is a lot. Okay, well, apparently he likes to drink a large quantity of whiskey in one go while he's on the case. So, I could look at this plant. Another miniature palm tree. Okay. There is also another word that has the letters, well, I don't know which order they were in, but P, O, N, and G. So, what word did you come up with? Because I tried. But, yeah. None of them seemed like they would actually be English words. But you never know. English is a weird language sometimes. Can't look at the portrait. Would have liked to look at the portrait. Don't think I found a screwdriver. So... Ah, okay. So, it was a different one. So the tape player, like, there's something that looks like a tiny bookshelf type thing. But maybe that's supposed to be the tape player. Look at the tape player. Doesn't say where it is. But also, looks like a modern digital audio tape player. Yes, very modern technology. So, I still don't have a screwdriver. So I shouldn't try to open the display case. Can I move the trash can? Didn't seem to do anything. Get the trash can? No. Look at the desk. Yeah, drawer, but I already unlocked that. So... Sure, you can make a suggestion. It can be a chess term. Okay. Can I move the painting? Okay. Safe. Found the safe. Can I open it? Okay. Money. Look at the money. $1,000 in cash. Get the money. Okay. Neat. Can I close the safe? No. And the cabinet, I think the middle one doesn't open. Already open, exactly. Well, he's dead, so he's not gonna need the money. Anything else on the bar? Nope. Because it kind of looks like there's a cash register in the corner, but could be wrong. Like, why would he have that in his own home? Would he pay himself for the liquor? But it seems I can only search this room. Not the rest of it. Can I turn on the fax? No? Did that allow me to get a new message? No. Get that message. Look the facts. Is operational. Is it still operational? Yes. Apparently fax machines don't care whether they're switched off or on. They're operational either way. Maybe it just doesn't have an off switch. What if I try to open the display case? Powerful electric shock when you touch the glass. And the burglar alarm is set off. You have 5 minutes to shut it off before the police arrive. Well, isn't that convenient? How would I shut it off? Can I move the display case? No. And it didn't reset the time. No such thing as too many electric shocks, right? Maybe something behind the plants? Can't see the plants from here. No. Open the plant? No. Move the plant. No. Turn the plant on or off? No. Taste the plant. No. Not sure there is a screwdriver in this building. I can't check my inventory. Nope. For some reason, I is just walking. H for help. Move the man using cursor keys. Cannot move while in the search system. B to go back. Okay. Nothing I haven't figured out. Look at the display case. Can I just get the statue? Nope. Open. No. Oops. Oh, turn off the display case? No. Taste the display case. Move the tape player? No.
They're in my head! They're in my head!
Tape player still works. Open the tape player? No. Taste the tape player. For a major appliance, its flavor is about average. A major appliance to play audio tapes. The audio tape player that I had was definitely not a major appliance. I don't think I'll be able to disable the alarm. Like, I could leave. I don't know if that would cause issues. Probably would. But technically, the local police officer already knows me, so shouldn't get into trouble, right? Totally not. Can I get the whiskey? I can. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have drunk the whiskey. Can I look at the coffee table and then get the chess set? No. It's glued down. Move the chess set? No. Turn the chess set on or off? No. Taste the chess set. Decide to play the home version of Let's See If This Is Edible. Open the chess set? No. You were caught by the police and thrown in jail. Game over. Very three-dimensional bars on this jail cell. Fancy. Escape? No, no, okay. Can't do anything. Guess not. Can I reload? No. Okay. H for help? Nope. Okay. Seems I just have to restart the game entirely in order to exit this. Oh, no, there we go. Game? Hello? There. So, resume. I think it was the save. Right? Yes, it was. Okay. So I'll have to redo all of that. I guess I'll start with looking at the chair, getting the key for the desk. Okay. Then looking at the desk, opening the drawer, then get the tape and the grade sheet. Okay. Then we look at the display case. We don't touch the display case. We look in the trash can and get the lease and get the note. Okay. And then turn on the tape player.
They're in my head! They're in my head!
Lovely voice acting still. And there was a note over here. So look at the couch. Look at the coffee table. We have the chess set, missing the bishop, and I take the note. Okay. Look at the plant. Yeah, still nothing. Okay. So now we steal the whiskey. Okay. Look at the bar. Cabinet's door. Let's open it. And open the shoebox. And look at the papers. Right, that was just the code. Get that. Move the shoebox. Oh, a switch. Makes a clicking sound. That's more than just a small clicking sound. A rather loud thumping sound, even. So maybe that would have switched off the alarm. So let's Turn on the lights. Beautiful. And look at the cabinet. Nothing there. Look at the bookcase. Nothing there. Remove the bookcase. Can't move it. Okay. Look at the fax machine. Get the message. Okay. So, still need this cabinet. Move the painting. Oh, no, let's move the cabinet. Apparently I can move the cabinet, but it doesn't seem to do anything. So, back. Now, open the cabinet. No, look at the cabinet. Open the cabinet door. And open the book. Combination to the safe. Get that. Get the key. Okay. But yeah, so he was a psychology professor. So I feel like that's going to be relevant at some point. Painting. Oops. Look at the painting. And open the safe. Get the money. Okay. Don't know what to do with the key. Because I opened the cabinet and then I got the key from inside the cabinet. Maybe it's for a different cabinet? I think I got everything. So, exit, yes. And then inventory. Okay. So, look. File cabinet key. Audio tape. Can't look at that key. Oh, small desk key. And the lease. The note. Handwritten letter calling Dolores a whale because he's just such a kind person. Then the one student who got a bad grade. Person who we probably haven't met yet because I don't know anyone's name that could be abbreviated as, what was it, SF? Yes, SF. San Francisco. All of San Francisco just sent that. Note. Going to get you for failing me. And the safe combination. Safe combination somehow is valued at $2. Whiskey at 40. The key at 50. The tape at 5. The other key at 50. Interesting. Let's save again. Okay. And go back inside. Is it gonna reset the place? It did. But presumably I still have all the items, right? I'll just double check that it doesn't reset the items. Yeah, I still have them. So... I don't have a screwdriver or anything close to one. Not sure what the stuff on the walls here is. So, can I move the desk? Get a hernia trying to move this. Trash can. Nothing behind it. Chair? Okay, don't see difference to before. Can't move the tape player. Could try and move the couch. You want to hurt your back? Can move the coffee table, but that's it. I can also move the plant, but neither of them actually seem to move. And I already moved the cabinet. Didn't really do anything. I think I tried to move the bookshelf. Nope. I move the fax machine. Nope. Move the cabinet. Nope. Move the light switch. Anything else I haven't done other than licking anything I can find? So, move the painting again. Open the safe. Nothing in there anymore. Can't move the safe. Can't move the painting again. Ah, I can close it again. Okay. I think that's all I can do here for now. Okay. So we did get a new location. The lease. Look. Look. There. So, have I written that down? Yes, I have. So now we haven't been to the insurance office and the warehouse. Those are the two missing locations at the moment. Okay. Exit. There. Navigation. Let's do the insurance office first. So 4674. Okay. And then I'll need to turn around. Right. Not that far from here. So, shouldn't go too fast. Otherwise I'll bump into something again. Thank you for the 5 bits. How are you doing today? Happy Tuesday to you too. That insurance office is very close by to his apartment. Or his house. It's not an apartment. Doing quite well. Struggling with this game a tiny bit, but... well. I'll get there. There. I managed to stop the vehicle. And I'll try and save. Okay, and enter. Beautiful backdrop. Peter Dahl is the vice president of the Trans-America Insurance Company. Most insurance people aren't really exciting, but he's so boring. Even looking at him could put you to sleep. So in case any of you have insomnia, apparently he's gonna cure it just by existing. Just print out a picture of that guy. It'll fix everything. Okay, so yeah, it would be nice if it was that easy. All you need is a picture of that guy and no more issues falling asleep or staying asleep. So, Carl Linsky. But to be fair, if someone managed to look so boring, that's just their looks alone could cure insomnia, they would probably end up quite rich. Like, it seems like a weird talent to have. But, yeah. It would probably be quite profitable. Mr. Linsky had taken an insurance policy out on himself in July. The amount was $1 million. As you are certainly aware, there's a clause in life insurance policies that in the event of a suicide, the policy is null and void. Right, that. So, about Sylvia. I still keep on forgetting her last name, even though I just typed it out. Linsky. There. Demanded that her father's insurance be paid, but the policy becomes void in the case of suicide. Told her we were sorry, but nothing could be done. She screamed, "We'll see about that," and stormed out of my office. How lovely. I guess I should write that down. What was his name again? Peter Dull, right. So, Sylvia stormed out of the office. Angrily. I feel like the context is going to be quite clear. It's like I think I don't need to once again note down that he is the insurance agent and the reason she stormed out is because of blah 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 blah. Yeah. But she's angry. So, about Dolores Lightbody. Not only has she kept her girlish figure, she's doubled it. Why are they all... That's... Mr. Insurance Guy, I'm asking about the fiance of a guy who had an insurance policy here. And his response is to criticize her weight. Okay. Feels a bit like, I don't know, trying to order a coffee and they go, "Your glasses look stupid." Like, why? It's very unnecessary. Like, even if that's their opinion, like, would people keep their jobs if they keep doing stuff like that? Like, I would hope not. In the 80s, you'd be allowed to just insult anyone to their face and behind their backs, regardless of your profession and, like, why you brought up the person. Just whenever someone you don't like gets brought up, you go, oh, they have a stupid face. Somehow I feel like even in the 80s, that was rude and very uncalled for. Where was I? So, anything else I should ask him about? Nexus. I think that was brought up in one of the notes. Can't help you there. Well, sure, it's human behavior, but it's not good behavior. And I would hope that even in the 80s, this wouldn't have been seen as good behavior. Because, like... well, why would someone be nostalgic for, you know, back in the old days when you could just go around insulting people and punching people, and that was just your everyday life. It sounds like a bad thing. Let's see. So you didn't know anything about Nexus. I can ask about the insurance. What do you tell me? Anything else? Insurance policy, daughter's beneficiary, amount was $1 million. Okay. So, seems that's all the information I'm gonna get from him. Maybe I can ask him about the police officer? Steve Clements? No. What was the medical examiner's name? John Richards. No, okay. Already asked about Sylvia, already asked about Carl, already asked about Dolores, and he was, well, being great about that. I mean, he's the first person who knew Sylvia, so, like, who was able to answer a question about Sylvia who didn't immediately go, she is so pretty, I would totally date her if I had the chance. So, I guess compared to the police officer, that makes him more professional. So, good for him. But I think that's all the stuff I could ask about. So I could ask him about himself. Ether Dull. I love my work in the insurance field. It's my life. I've been thinking about a policy for a man in your line of work. How about a limited pay whole life plan with an optional family rider and waiver of premium with disability, accident, and dismemberment benefit? How about no? But yeah, I've played plenty of series where some of the games have really not aged well, so Don't worry about that. Like, I've played through the Police Quest series, I've played through the Leisure Suit Larry series. Like, those are just two examples. And it seems like this one is gonna be pretty high up on that list as well. So, next location is the warehouse. So, 4, 6, 7, 5. Okay. Okay. I actually don't mind the flying as much anymore. Yeah, I'd say with the Leisure Suit Larry series, it's just supposed to be edgy humor, but once again, at times it's like, is it humor if it's just an insult? Like, the equivalent of like, is it funny if I punch someone in the face? I'd say no. But I guess some people disagree. I feel like the types of people who think that that sort of stuff is funny, it must have been some... They must have been great to be around with growing up. They totally don't sound like they were bullies. I'd say there's still shock value in games. It's just... I feel like some type of shock value content just isn't actually good content. Like, some of it can be, but... yeah. I should probably try and not drown. There. And let's slow down. That warehouse was a lot further away than I thought it would be. Oh yeah, some games that have shock value, yeah. They definitely crossed a line in a rather unnecessary way. So, definitely agree with that. Yeah, in some cases it just feels like people just ran out of original ideas, so instead they just decided to be mean. Okay. Oh boy, it's another shooting segment. Why is the warehouse a shooting segment? And why... The ammo counter didn't get reset. Am I going to be able to buy more ammo? Or am I potentially going to softlock myself? Okay, let's save. Save. There. Save. There. Yeah, I do know that. But I feel like, Larry, to me, doesn't count as a likable weirdo with some of the stuff he does. Like, oh, he's just quirky when he spies on women through their windows. Just, you know, things you do on vacation. So, yeah. If they wanted to make him unlikable, then great job, they did. Oh boy. Well. Yeah, I don't know what the timing is for this. I think I've run out of bullets. Ever. I don't think so. So... There. I did it! Kind of. Yeah, I'm sure it sounds great. Okay, that worked. I hope at least health recovers between these segments. The timing on some of those. Okay. That worked. Got him. I step from the fog-shrouded street into the warehouse that Linsky rented. It's an old brick building located near the docks. The smell of the ocean has been absorbed into the wooden beams and walls. The atmosphere is heavy and damp. The floor is cement, and every time I take a step, the whole area reverberates. It's dark inside. The only lighting being a panel of frosted glass windows up near the roofline. I can barely make out what appears to be a small area closed off from the rest of the building. I walk over and check it out. And I probably won't be able to save here either. Great. I wonder if I'll have to do the entire shooting segment again if I need to go back to this place. I hope not. Look at the machine. An alpha wave processor. Great. Nothing out of the ordinary. There is ammunition in there. 100 rounds. Can I take those? Okay. Lovely. You've never seen anyone play this game. Well, neither have I. I don't really know anything about the franchise, so I'm starting with the first game. And, yeah. It's maybe a tiny bit rough. What sort of machine was that again? Alpha wave processor. Right. They made a remake of this one. Okay. Interesting. I guess if it is an FMV remake, it might be worth playing. But, yeah. Look at the forklift. It's old and appears to be in poor condition. The rat trap looks well used. And the crates. One crate has an uneven hole near the floor. Look at the uneven hole. Small appears to have been jaggedly cut. Okay. It plays very differently. Well, either way, if it is an FMV game, presumably from the FMV era, maybe it's worth also playing that version at some point. Can I open the crates? No. That's a very large cable on the floor. Look at the desk. Standard office desk. And I open the drawer. A watch. Gold pocket watch, antique, worth $600. That's mine now. Okay. The ledger? A check ledger. Last deposit from MTC Corporation. Last check to Sonny Fletcher, private investigator. A colleague. Can I take that? Yes. Then open the cabinet door. We have radiation pills. Expiration date of 2011. They're a relic of an earlier era. Radiation doesn't exist anymore, clearly. Get those. Band-aid can. Edible band-aids. Guess I'll take that. Contained a Nexus pass card. Okay. Bottle is half full. I'll take the bottle as well. Let's look at the calendar. Picture of a farm. Calendars of the current year. The date of the 3rd of October is circled. And he wrote the word Doomsday above it. Neat. Can I take that? No. Fine. I'll just take a picture of that. Always a good sign when someone marks Doomsday in their calendar. File cabinet. There's a fan. Circulation fan. Can I switch it on? Hasn't worked for quite some time. Can I move it? No. Can I get the fan? Right. Open it? No. File drawer. Look at it. Has a handle. Can I open it? Using the key you found at Linsky's home, you open the file cabinet drawer. And there's a list. Look at the list. List of scientists that may be working on Overlord. So we've got John Klaus, Maurice Grebel, and David Pope. Okay. Yeah, I am taking some notes, but I'm also taking pictures, because modern technology. And also, if I sit here and just copy stuff down word by word, it's not very interesting content. So it's a lot faster for me to just take a picture. But technically I could copy it down word for word. I'll take that. Yes, I know you're not supposed to have one. But as I was saying, the other option would be copying everything down word for word, which I could do. I just don't think it's gonna be very interesting to watch. So... Oh, as a retro gamer, I shouldn't have a modern mobile phone. Well, I hate to break it to you, but not. That's a smartphone. So, yeah. Fun fact, I've seen people call non-smartphones dumb phones. So, I just thought that was kind of funny. Newspaper. Article circled on the death of noted scientist Cal Davis, caused by an accident in his lab. Get the newspaper. Okay. What's that thing on the floor? I thought that was the newspaper, but I guess that's something else. So, look at the desk. Standard desk. Look at the fax machine. Operational. And there is a message. Professor, they're on to you. I suggest you disappear fast. The name at the bottom of the fax message is Sonny Fletcher. He wrote that out. The name at the bottom of the fax machine is Sonny Fletcher. It's a weird sign off. The name at the bottom of the email is my name. Look at the computer. Okay. Insert blue passcard. That was not blue. Verified. Input blue password. I don't know. I'll just not. Why would a password have a color? Yeah, just different shades of blue. But depending on who you ask, indigo is a completely different color. So. Which, to me, is, like, to me, indigo is a shade of blue, or maybe a shade of purple. But it's not completely separate from blue and purple. But, oh well. Well, the list of anagrams, none of those were blue. We had bishop, queen, stonewall, dragon, pong, king, rook, pawn, checkmate, gambit, stalemate, castle, knight, black, white. Which one of those was blue? Is white blue? Is bishop blue? Is gambit blue? You bet the queen tastes of watermelon? Possible. But currently in a different building, so I can't check. Look at the laser printer. Right, can I switch the laser printer on? Anything changed about it? Nope. So I guess I'll need to use the computer to print something. So... Like, maybe the dragon is blue. A safe. Oh, the black thing on the floor. Old-fashioned black floor safe. And I open it. No. Look at the crates. Nothing out of the ordinary. Look at the boxes. You'd need a ladder to reach them. Look at the box. Too high to reach. You'd need a ladder. Fine. What about a forklift? Isn't a forklift basically a ladder? Attempt to start the forklift, nothing happens. Move the forklift. No. Open the forklift? No. Taste the forklift. The game was not amused by that. But I was. Can I open the rat trap? It slams shut on your finger, causing extreme pain. Ah! They sure made use of that voice acting budget. Can I move it? No. Can I take it? Alright. I can pick it up without setting it off. But I can't open the trap or move it. So let's just put it in my pocket. Can I open the crates? Nope. There's something over here on the one crate. Look at the crates. Nothing out of the ordinary, but this... like a... I don't know. A bottle of red ink? Can I turn on the machine? Look at the machine. Turn off the machine. Move the machine. Get the machine. I guess I can check these crates as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. No. And I can't look at the items in my inventory, which complicates things. Not even sure why I can't. Feels like something I should be able to do. Look at the cabinet door. Already open. Look at the file cabinet. Open that drawer. It's already open. Look at it. I mean, I guess I have a bunch more names to ask people about. That's useful. Don't have a ladder. Still don't know what the thing on the floor is. Like maybe it's an oven tray. Can I go this way? Nope. I wonder if I go outside if I'll have to redo the entire shooting segment. Have I opened the desk drawer yet? Think so. You think it's a sad zebra rug? Possible. Or maybe a really large barcode. So that's the barcode you scan if you want to buy this floor. Didn't have the key for the safe. Can I move the calendar? Nothing there. And it's securely fastened. Open the calendar. Paste the calendar. So, this one is the one with the weird hole in it. Look at it. Open it? No. That's reach inside to open it further, and a large black rat grabs hold of your finger. You shake furiously, and it finally lets go. When you pull your hand out, a small chunk of your forefinger is missing. Ouch. That didn't quite work out. Open the crate. Nope. Move the crate. Nope. Taste the crate. Does it taste like rats? Get the crate. Okay. Wait, I can't look at the hole in the crate anymore. Who needs hands anyway? Especially fingers. You've got so many of them. Ladder. Get the ladder. Okay. Storage shelf and crates. Crates. Nothing out of the ordinary except for 3 to 1 oil? Huh? It's a can of oil. Okay. And look at the key. Key to a safe. Wow. On the storage shelf, there's tape. Blue Bishop. Wow. I'll get the tape. Nope, I can't get the tape. Okay. So, should be able to reach the other boxes now, because I have a ladder. Boxes. The box on top is partially open. Cardboard shipping box from England. Open it. Open the box. A lamp is inside the box. Antique lamp. Street value of 1,500. I guess I'll steal that. Okay. And the safe. You want a cinnamon roll? Well, I don't have one, so. Insurance policy. Let's look at that. From the insurance company, Sylvia is the beneficiary. So I'll take that. Okay. And I now know the password. Computer. Blue passcard. That's still not blue. Verified. Blue password. Bishop. Acknowledged. Please stand by. Project notes. I'll just keep taking pictures of these. Frustrated with our attempts to find the other scientists working on this project. So far, we've only put together a small list of possible colleagues, and SF is not convinced all scientists are naive about Overlord. Discovered that in order to stop the project, I'll need to obtain all of the passcards and their passwords. But what to do once I've obtained them is unclear. SF believes once a scientist is through with his particular phase of work on Project Overlord, he is eliminated. Eliminated, you say? Maybe via bridge? I completed my work on Overlord a week ago. Uh-huh. And then 4 days later, he dies? So, a week and 4 days. A week ago, but I'm still uneasy. I'm going to take my concerns to J. St. Gideon, the former president of Gideon and MTG, I think it was, corporations. I've had severe headaches throughout the day. Something is wrong inside my head. I'm doing things that make no sense to me. I must try to... ... Okay. Wow. Did he ... Possibly. So, look at the printer. Turn on the printer. Open the printer. Move the printer. Get the printer. No, blue passcode again. I don't think there was a print button. Because I kind of expected that to be a thing. Please stand by. Yeah, I don't see anything about printing it. Just page down, and then escape. So, no printing. Very strange. Can't look at the weird crate either. Can I oil the forklift? In poor condition. I'm not sure how I'd use the oil on it. am slightly worried that I might be soft-locked because of getting part of his finger bitten off by a rat. Because I can't do that again. Which makes me think that that might be a problem. And I was even carrying the trap, so... Yeah, turning on the machine doesn't seem to do anything. Move the machine, no. Get the machine, no. Okay. I mean, I got a list of names and some other information to ask people about. So maybe that's gonna work. I don't know. But what if I do leave? Do I have to go through the shooting segment again? No, okay. So that's good. Maybe I should have tried that sooner. Oh well, I'll save. It's gonna be fine. But this is going to have to be it for today, because this game is one of those that requires a lot of talking and reading. So my voice is getting a tiny bit tired by now. So, yeah. That's gonna be that. I think that's just the car making noise. So I'll just exit the game. Need to specify to exit all the way to DOS. There. And we will have to see who we're going to raid today. Well, sorry that you just got here, but I have been streaming for over 5.5 hours. So, need to get me some food. And, yeah, it's been enough talking for one day. So, who do we want to raid? Once again, running low on people who stream around now. I can never leave. Well, bad news, because, well, I can't just exist off of sunlight and water and air alone. If you guys have any suggestions for who to raid, let me know. Always looking for new retro streamers to raid into, but yeah, I don't get to watch Twitch much these days. Life's been busy. So we can just raid someone we already know. Let's see. I think we'll go and raid Spider, who's playing some sort of Simpsons themed game. So, why not? Seems to be kind of an arcade type game. Because at the top of the screen it says insert coin. So, yeah. Anyways. I guess it's like a beat 'em up game. Close enough to the shooting segment in Tex Murphy. So, perfectly fitting. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow, where I'll be continuing Ultimate 8. So that's that. And if you want to see my past streams, my YouTube channel link is in chat now, so you can find my old VODs there. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.